Shimon and YouTube. It's your boy GSoC Angel here, and today we got something special for you. Me and the boys get together and do our first ever For Honor tier list. Like on the video would be much appreciated. Subscribe if you're new here and want to see more content like this, and a comment down below to tell us how mad you are that we didn't put your character where you think they belong. Links in the description below to my channel on Twitch and GSoC Brainz channel on Twitch. There will be timestamps down below because this is a long video. Thank you for stopping by, and I hope you enjoy. Thank you. Welcome to the For Honor GSoC tier list. Our first one. And this will be a tier list for Dominion on console. Let's make that clear. This is not for PC. This is for console only. And this is going to be for Dominion tier list of single pick. So that's how we're this tier list is running for us.
Single pick, no relationships.
Yeah. And today, honored to have a handful of the boys with. First off, we have GSoC Bam Bam. Say hi.
Hello. Hello.
There it is. And then next up, we have GSoC Brainz.
That's big meat.
Yeah. Also, we have GSoC Cthulhu.
Howdy, howdy, howdy.
Then we have, finally, the man of many names, Nuffums.
Hi, friends.
You put some respect on that.
All right, welcome everybody.
Good to be here.
Yep.
Yeah, great to be here. Can't
Yeah,
wait
looking
to
forward to it.
get going.
Right. Most
This
of
whole
us
time
have
I'm just
been
ready to deal with Warlord right now.
real quick, most of us have been playing since 2017 when the game released. A little quick side note. And we were also in the Into the Fray tournament for Xbox, and we placed 4th overall. So kind of a big deal. Kind of know what we're talking about.
Yeah. Not the biggest deal, but just kind of a big
Yeah.
Yeah. We know a thing or two.
Yeah.
deal. Yeah.
So with that out of the way, let's get started. So first up,
Started.
Who's first up?
First up, I got the list pulled up right here. First up would be Warden.
all right.
Warden.
And when it comes to this, we're going to be going over their feats, their perks, their minion clear if they were to play mid, how well they can stall a point, how well they can gank, and how well they can deal with being ganked, anti-ganking. So, Warden, we all know doesn't have, undodgeables?
Right.
He has the bash, which is always really useful. And none of us here are like rep 70 with Warden, so
No.
we have fought him a
Best
lot
Warden would
though.
be Hex, right?
Yeah, hands down.
I don't really ever have a problem fighting Wardens regardless of the rep 70 or not, because there's only so much the character can do.
Right.
Right.
We gotta
So
think, what all does Warden bring to his team? Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, you're
Turn
good.
breaks.
I'm gonna load up For Honor real quick. Just so like since we're not like well versed in Warden, I want to make sure we get his perks and his feats right.
Yeah, I had it
I got
pulled
it,
up.
I got it open right now. I can
Oh,
check.
do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no
Yeah.
idea.
All right.
So what all does Warden bring to the table for his team? Right.
I think his shoulder bash honestly is a pretty good mechanic for him. It does allow him to put off some decent pressure and maybe to hold a point in a sense or kind of be a distraction. He could definitely waste a lot of time. In
Yeah.
team fights, I think it could definitely be useful if he's playing on the edge of the fight. Is probably where he's most useful with being able to swap targets and shoulder bash. So kind of disruption. I think overall, personally, I don't view Warden too much as a threat outside of that shoulder bash,
No.
like mix-up he has.
Yeah.
I've never really struggled too much. When I am struggling, it's because I'm eating the shoulder bash. And I'm not making the right reads. But his unblockables are pretty slow compared to the rest of the cast. They're really easy to read too, and they don't have the best arc horizontal wise, so they're not cleaving like a raider would in a team fight.
Right.
Yep.
Absolutely.
He's a good
Absolutely.
anti-ganker, I would think, just because of that aspect.
Yeah,
Shoulder bash,
yeah, I
fake
think
to guard
anti
break,
gank
keeps getting
wise.
revenge. He's super strong. I think that his fourth feat, it's his fourth feat, that morale booster that you find half the time, that you just give everybody else a significant damage boost that really chunks.
Yeah,
I
but
just think
Morale
he
other,
takes
boost
a lot
other
longer.
people.
I think he takes
Go
a
ahead.
lot longer to. He's more of like a whittled down, right? Unless you're getting hit by
Yeah,
heavies and unblockables all day,
Right.
which of course any hero is gonna kill you quick like that. But he's more of a whittler, right? He's gonna bash you, double light you, try
Yep.
to get into his mix up. So, as far as like a team fight wise, and as well as bash feeding revenge and all that stuff, you have to be careful with. He's not doing chunks and chunks of damage unless you are
No.
target swapping his unblockables and getting confirmed damage off of that stuff like that. So, I wouldn't place him should be high, but he's not like the worst. Just more of a mid pack to me personally.
I think War Mommy does a better job than
Yeah,
Warden.
yeah, she's really just a better warden in a
Yeah,
sense.
she can play mid. She can great anti ganks,
Hmm.
better feats as far as the team fight goes.
What kind of feats does he
But
have?
yeah,
C.
Yeah,
So his feats aren't really in his favor. The only two good feats he's got would be his tier fours between Stalwart Banner and Morale Booster.
mhm.
He's got Second Wind, which with the nerf is not really that good. I'd honestly pick his bomb Pugno over Second Wind.
Right.
But other than that, his tier 1 and tier 2 feats are just mediocre, really. You can come at me as probably his best in slot, just so he can get to his tier 4 feat as fast as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But even then, that comes at a price of taking more damage, and it's a very risky play.
Because that healing
So, I
feat,
think
it got
it's just
nerfed a while
okay.
back.
Yeah, it did.
Mhm.
So it's only good
Same
if you're being burned or if you're bleeding. Because they took away his natural, he can't be bled. Was that a perk or a
Yep.
feat?
that was a
Yeah,
it was
perk.
a feat. It was strong too because it
Feat,
would like
yeah,
negate Shaman,
Nobushi,
Peacekeeper,
PK,
Yeah.
Nobushi. Yeah, so back then, I mean,
Falcon
that feat was changed, right? It doesn't work the same way anymore, where he's immune to
It's
No,
not
they,
even in
spells.
the
yeah, they
game.
took it away.
That's not really
Yeah, they
good.
took it
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that was a pretty big blow on him because when he had that and it was on in a fight, he was just naturally more tanky and was a hard counter to some of the cast.
Yeah,
Because that was
Now
being played as
at
well.
that
yeah,
time,
cast
yeah.
was being played exactly. Yeah.
You're talking about
So
this is which season is this, Angel? What season in Pash?
This is
Year
year
5,
four,
season 4.
no, year 5, season 4.
Yeah, 5 season 4. Yeah.
It's
So,
not showing the
back in
pirate
day,
right now, but we'll talk about the pirate at the end.
Yeah, back in the day, season 2, season 1, when Nobushi was being played in the meta, and Shaman was a lot better than she was now, which we'll get to. Yeah, you have all these characters that have leads that he completely countered. So at that point, just that perk or that feat wise, yeah, he was good, but he didn't also have his reworks at that time either. So, it's
The only
kind of
thing he's truly got going for him right now, I would say overall, is just anti-gank and out of stamina pressure. But even his out of stamina pressure is a little bit more readable. It's just the bash. His light, oh my god, his side light to top light. If you're not doing the same side lights, they're super
Yeah.
readable. It's super
Yeah.
slow, very easy parry.
they are.
And you
I
can
would- I
only
would
crush
place
and
him
counter
very
from
high.
the top.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
exactly. And
I think yeah,
easy to bait out.
exactly.
And perk wise for him, still kind of very bad. He's got fresh focus, endurance, headhunter. Those are probably like the 3 notable ones.
Right.
Which you'd only be able to have 2 of those 3, being where they are placed in his perk tree. Fetch focus is always a good pick. If you're constantly getting out of stand, which you are, because you try to be offensive. Endurance is 2 as well. And headhunter just to give you a little extra health. Just not really like amazing feats, perks, but they're not the worst either. So, just he's just a very meh spot for force, strictly for
Yeah.
force.
And he doesn't have hyper armor. Well, unless he charges up his bash fully.
Yeah.
That's his only form of hyper
Even
armor. He
still, though,
doesn't have a
you can light
dodgeables.
it out of that bash, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, if
And
you
And even
Yeah.
even if
Yeah.
not,
light immediately.
even if not, you can still just light him out of the follow up top heavy that that he's going to do. You know,
Yeah.
if not from you, then somebody else, right? Because it's strictly forced. So yeah,
And
for
that's
me
why it
personally,
forces him at the edge of a team fight even more with that being, considered.
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think if
I would
you
say
get confirmed
wholeheartedly
guard
C.
breaks and stuff like that, and get your confirmed damage, he's all right. But yeah, other than that, if you're looking to like hard carry your team or to be should be useful for your team, you're better off just picking Warmonger or somebody else.
Mhm.
For me
Yeah.
personally, his rating would be like mid-ish C.
I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think he's
I'd agree
mid
with that.
C.
C indeed.
All
C
right.
indeed.
All right, Warden down. Next on the list, we got Conqueror.
All right. You can go into S for asshole tier. You know.
Oh me. So
Real quick, he is getting a rework. This is
Buff.
before his rework.
Right.
yeah, this is current state.
Yeah.
So,
I
okay.
hey, I'm gonna go off the back before even discussing anything. I would automatically want to put him at A, because he is up there with some of the best hold down a point, contest. He has good out of stamina pressure. He has decent feats. He's the only one where heal on block probably still works nowadays. Just because I would say he's the best at holding down a point. I mean, BP all the way is phenomenal in that as well, but it's just his overall just tankiness. He's great because the superior block on dodges, the zone that does damage. It's an overall problem in Dom. And his B clear or mid clear, wherever the minions lie on the map at the time, is a lot better than a lot of people's. It's not phenomenal, but it's by no means horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Totally
I agree.
agree.
I would definitely say he's an A, even hovering into S tier. I think probably after his rework, he goes up to S tier.
Yeah.
I think a really good conk is definitely an S tier, but like the average conk is probably an A tier. So for the same points that that were already been said, he can sit on a point really well. He plays at B point very well, and he's got a great kit. Being able to soft feint into all guards, heal while he's in that. His punish from that is pretty strong. I think it's with 25 or 30 damage heavy off of that. If
Off
you
an
hit his
uppercut?
own guard,
Yeah.
it's pretty hefty. I think overall, like as fun to play, I don't think he's a fun character to play. It gets pretty repetitive, but he is a rock. He sits down on his point. Yeah, but his shoulder bash and his dodge mechanics, if used right, it's really hard to play aggressively against them if you don't have the right tools. Like, you kind of need unblockables to really pressure a conk, and even then, his sidestep bash with that iframe in the middle, and then immediate punish from the bash. You can't punish his with bashes either because he can flow into a light to cancel guard breaks. So yeah, I think he's pretty strong for his role, and he can play anywhere, honestly.
I
I
personally gotta disagree with the A placement, just because
What?
of the lack of hitboxes
Okay.
and the lack of good feats. The only good feats he really has is his shield basher and his heal on block, probably. The rest of them, I mean, he doesn't really have a good game turning tier 4 feat that he would use besides maybe catapult, which is very subjective depending on it because of how long it takes for it to land.
True,
And
but you also have to. The way I would think about that, though, in turn, feat wise, is he can sit on a point much longer than anyone else, so he can nullify point generation, which kind of makes up for the fact that he probably
right,
doesn't
he's a
have
good
a
staller.
game-changing feat. So he's
Right.
pretty consistent throughout the entire match. He doesn't have a power creep like some other characters do, but his consistency can be, really set the pace or the tone of that match.
As far as his ganks go, there's not really a good gank he could do either besides his bash, which is
I
probably the
will
only
say,
thing he's got.
I will say in the terms of gank, I feel like we place him in the same spot as a Kyoshin or a BP. Just his presence alone, staying in all guard. If someone tries to target swap on you,
Yeah,
that's
that
an
all guard.
automatic unblockable. They're going to
Then
eat.
they'll eat a free
Or-
GB though.
Free GB with somebody else around. If that's an anti gank, you're going to get hit in the back if you try to GB him.
Yeah.
I think
Or
the
bash.
presence of an all guard,
Good
yeah,
points.
or bash. I think if the presence of an all guard alone is strong, even if he doesn't do anything out of it, because heaven forbid somebody throws a cleave on accident near him, because
Yeah.
they're going to eat the unblockable.
Those all guards are
And I
pretty
can
mean.
definitely see to Cthulhu's point that like in
Right.
it, to be the aggressor in a fight, he's feeding a lot of revenge. Like he doesn't have a good gank like Shinobi
Right.
or someone like that is normally a ganker. But
Don't get me wrong.
My
Sorry, go ahead.
replacement for A isn't his ability to gank though. It's for his presence to kind of nullify a gank. In my sense, like Brainz is saying, him just sitting there in all guard is a nuisance because if you cleave into him, he's going to hit you. So yeah, I think as a ganker, no. He's
Definitely the
probably
best
gonna
gank.
stick to
Now,
ganker.
don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Like the bash gank is good. Like a lot of people use bash ganks, especially in high levels of play. But I feel like as far as like the cast goes, there's other people that do that a lot better.
Well, he could
honestly,
still be
like,
A,
as
but
far
he
as
could
bash
just
ganks.
be like a lower end A.
You might do like a low end day.
I gotta side also with Cthulhu. I don't think he is that high. I think he's a high B.
No.
If not, like the highest of a B, whatever that may be. I think what saves him, honestly, obviously, we're talking about casual play, is his perks. The fact that he can stand on the point and with bulk up, ventral barrier, bastion, right? These perks are what saves him. Outside of he can sit in all guard and all that stuff. But with the meta for Auto B, the meta it is now, with everybody more or less having on-demand unblockables, it basically nullifies his all guard. And then if he does his dodge shield bash as a type of option select, that he's feeding 30 revenge on whoever it is that he's target swap bashing, right? So I think in that meta of having everybody on demand unblockables and huge cleaving unblockables, Shugokis, JJs of the world, Zhanhu's of the
Yeah.
world, even Hitos of the world, I think he tends to fall off. But if you're going against a cast, if we were to know who your opponent was picking, and you were going into a cast that doesn't have access to that instant unblockable, I think he would be a lot higher. And then obviously his rework is going to be probably in that A tier, maybe high A, maybe even S at that point. Who knows? But yeah, so I'm there with Couture. I think he's a high B in terms of that, and I think the only thing that saves him is his perks.
I think
Um,
I understand. I
I could
understand
agree
your.
with that.
I would agree with you in that, but the only thing that I'm going to argue is you say instant unblockable. It's the only person who truly has an instant unblockable is Raider. If Zhanhu's going to go into his unblockable, he has to throw an attack first, in which obviously that would bounce off the shield, or Khan can read ahead of time what it's going to be. A light is a light, a heavy is going to be a heavy. Same as Hito, that charge up time.
Yeah, and Goki.
Probably going to get bashed out of that before that time.
Well, I think what he's talking about though is in a team fight.
Team fights,
with
4v4, yeah.
With the cleave, yeah, and a 4v4, like in a one-on-one situation, I think it definitely leans more towards what you're putting out, Brainz.
Absolutely.
But in a team fight situation, those
if you mean
cleaves,
like
it's very
external,
yeah,
No,
like being
just
externally
external
hit, like because again, his
Right.
role, he's gonna be sitting on a point, or he's gonna either boosting or he's gonna be nullifying a point. So he's most likely though he shines though in a team fight. But with the current cast, there's a lot of unblockables flying around. I mean,
Right.
you got the pirate swaps, you got Zhan who cleaves, which is like a perfect cleave.
Pirate's fucking animal.
The
lot of-
removal of option selects.
He still has
Option
his.
selects.
Does he not?
He's got, but if they throw it, then he's not going to parry it.
Right,
just
it's
gonna go through
bash.
full bucket,
It's
it's
his bash,
unblockable.
which is target swap bash is more or less what it
Yeah.
is. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, BP has one, Raider has one on demand unblockables. BP Raider. Yes, Hito has a charge up time, but once you commit, it is uninterruptible, right?
Yeah.
You can always incorporate backstep lighting into unblockable, which
Hell, even
is
Kyoshin
done
has
a
one.
lot of the time. Yeah, you can do it off of,
I
you
think
can
for like
backstep
his
heavy
tier,
with,
the people that are playing in the same kind of role that he's playing in, he definitely
right,
falls short when it comes to that aspect. He's
right,
probably taking a
out
bit
of the
more damage
heavies.
in a team fight. Yeah, out of the
Yeah,
heavies.
out of all the
Um,
heavies that you would be able to play, I think that's
and
why
to
I
play
would
right on
place
top
him.
of someone as comp too, like you don't really have
Yeah.
bash without the bash aspect. So
Right.
yeah, I think
All right. I'd agree
B
with you,
into
high
A.
B.
And I
Yeah.
feel like we can move him to after we speak about some of the other characters, right? It's not like these are glued in place. I'm assuming.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So B it is then. We all agree on B, or
Yeah.
I could settle with the
Okay.
high B. Yeah.
Yeah, I can settle with a high B. Low. I was thinking low A anyway, so
Yeah.
that's
He's
fine.
not the
does it
top
say
of
if it was
the
a
A tier.
tiebreaker, Angel, you was breaking the tie.
Because I was just gonna mention, like, his zone is pretty vicious. He can come in and knock people over. His out of stand pressure is absolutely brutal. He has an
Yeah.
infinite light spam. He has the heavy. If you throw the heavy, it like pretty much crushing counters in a way. That weird move. I don't know what it's
Blocks it.
called.
Yeah.
He's got that.
It's
Doesn't
weird.
he have like the same thing like when he dodges into something like Kensei, it like blocks it
Yep.
or whatever.
Spirit block that way.
Yeah, he's
Spirit
got
block,
that
yeah.
as well.
Yeah. But he feeds a shit ton of revenge in a team fight though.
He does.
If
Yeah, I'm not
if
saying
being
he's a
active.
bad hero by
Right,
any
but he can
means,
also
or,
like help out in a team fight. I mean, if you're looking at just like in a team fight, I mean, team fights don't all that much happen. I mean, they happen a lot, but like it's mainly at the very end. Like that's where the things are coming out. And if you're gonna go team fight, he has catapult.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
has been
But it's
nerfed,
such a long-
Yeah, but how often have you been killed by a catapult in a team fight?
lately. Yeah,
Like it's happened
since the nerf.
But,
Well, not a lot of people run it unless you're like Lawbringer.
So
If they
you
have
get
it, it's
some-
more
yes.
than likely being ran. And the catapult
can
can
only
also
use
be used to
catapult in
clear
certain
B.
areas.
I
And
don't know
then
what
goes to
happened
show
these past
that
2
how
days, but fuck, I've been eating them lately. I don't know why.
it goes to show that his feats wise as well. His
And
feats
he-
are just very lackluster. As much as he has that you had mentioned in this kit, which you could
Right,
if
with
you're
I don't
getting
know all the
lighted by-
different feats and perks that he has available. I only have one. Me personally, I only have one rep into him. I just know about fighting him. It's a pain in the ass.
although
Yeah.
his
I wouldn't say
feats,
I wouldn't say his
He's not-
feats are horrible.
they're
he's a-
they're not amazing for what you would in comparison to
They
what's
just help
out
him
there.
hold down a point like he did before. Shield
Right,
Basher,
he's just-
having
So he's
balls
great at
through,
stalling a point.
uninterruptible.
Yeah, he's absolutely
So
great
maybe
at
as
stalling,
we
for sure.
maybe as we talk about these characters, we should probably put them into what kind of roles that we would see them in, and like
Mhm.
an actual domination, right? Because
Yeah.
I think
We don't see Conks
the-
roaming.
yeah, because
Right.
like even for us, like we were speaking about like his ganking ability for a moment, but like his ganking ability is going to be like D tier compared to someone else, so he shouldn't be
Yeah.
judged on like just his ability to gank. But I think like if we're talking about like what role does Conk play compared to the other cast members that are also playing that role, how does he kind of match up and as far as like his ability to perform that role?
So what more
I
than
think
likely he's gonna
Conk
stall a
brings
point,
lot of great things.
or not stall,
Yeah,
but hold
stall.
down home point.
Yeah, holding down home.
Either
or
hold down
something.
home or stall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And at that point, I still think honestly, I think even George is better than him, and George is in a worse place than he is.
George gets ramped
so-
up, I think he is, but
Right.
I don't.
Yeah.
That's included with the
But I think
feats and
Conk's
everything.
ability, like Conk's ability to be like in a 2v1 or in a 2v2, I think is better than George's ability to be in a 2v2. Personally, just because of Conk can really punish someone for cleaving, whereas George can't. George does do like great damage like, when his stuff works, but you're also spending a lot of stam on George to stand punish someone.
Yeah.
And I noticed a lot of times with the George, like most of the time, they're just as stand punished as you are, and therefore they have to slow down, and you're recovering as they're recovering. So unless they truly get you out of stand and bust your
Right.
balls, I don't find George to be too much of a threat. I would be more scared of Conk being in that 2v2 on a point than I would George being in that 2v2 on a point personally.
I would say if we're looking at him for what he's going to play, and we're taking a few other things in Dom into consideration, but if we're looking at Conk specifically, the point of taking or holding down a point, stalling or contesting, I would keep him. I would keep him at A. Then I would still keep him at low A. I would not look at him as a high B. In that role in
Yeah,
specific,
so I
he
think
thrives.
we're pretty much either an A or B. That you know,
Yeah.
I mean,
what I've
he's
heard from
he's
everyone.
in the
So I'd say
midst of
maybe
that.
put
I'd
him
be
at
low A.
maybe leave him at leave him low A at the moment, and then as we talk about some of the other people in his class, we
Yeah.
can kind of filter and adjust him through because he's a good
Cool.
character. He's not
Yeah.
he's not a C or D character. But he's not worse.
No,
No,
Dog
hands
shit.
by
down.
no means.
He's not as
He's a great
he's either A or B for
Yeah.
sure.
He's definitely not.
He's a
S.
great character, absolutely. But yeah, there's
Yeah.
a lot of people in the cast that just does his job
Do better.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
All right,
And
who-
you have to factor in skill too. A really
Yeah.
good conk is a nightmare. A shitty conk, you just hit him with unblockables. They don't know what to do.
right.
Right.
Or
Exactly.
you feint a heavy, get him to dodge, and then you dodge. Yeah,
As
there's-
goes with any hero in the
Yeah.
class, right? Like any
Exactly.
like
Because
a good
monk can be a
PK
nightmare
can
to fight
actually do.
against.
Yeah, or a good
Yeah.
monk, exactly. So,
all right.
yeah. Right. So who do we have
Speaking-
next there?
So we'll see.
Speaking
That's
of
pretty good.
PK,
She's
she's
next?
next on the list.
All right.
She's next. Right. I think Buff, you saw you have the highest. I think the highest
Yeah.
amount of reps on her than
Yeah.
anybody.
Level 1.
So a couple quick
Yeah,
things,
level
right? So
8.
I think PK, the face value is strong. I don't think she's the worst. Like when she gets into a guard break, it's a lot of damage, and she really only needs a guard break you maybe 2 times to be able to pretty much put you in a critical. Her gank wise, I don't, if you're pulling it off correctly and you're playing smart with her, I think it doesn't feed a whole lot of revenge. The only issue with her gank is it's slow. Like you're not killing someone in a gank quickly, because you don't have the power of all the at hand unblockables, and a lot of times you're just trying to apply bleeds to someone in a gank, because the bleeds don't feed as much revenge, and in that sense it takes longer. So I think she's a C tier assassin, but played at like a high level, I think she could possibly flex up to B, but she doesn't bring as much to the table as the other assassins. So I think C is probably a better home for her. A good PK is a nightmare to deal with if they're playing right, because they do have a good mix-up game, but they die quickly and they can't kill you as fast as some of the other gankers out there. So I think C.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty fair.
Yeah.
fair,
I would wholeheartedly
assumption.
agree with that.
I could agree with that 100%.
She's got decent hitboxes when she's got an opponent bleeding as far as unblockables go. Feats are just mediocre. I mean,
What
the
about her
only
perks?
good feat she's got perks. Let me take a look
Typical
here. She's only got
assassin stuff.
Devour,
great. And her
Endurance,
feats-
Headhunter, maybe.
If she had decent feats, I would play her a lot more. But her blinding bomb is trash. Her other like just damage bomb grenade is also trash. She has the ability to take a point faster or hidden, and it's like, well, I'm just gonna take hidden then.
Yeah.
Or bounty hunter, which is great, but at the same time, PKs at high level against some of these other casters are not having the most kills in the game. So you're not getting as much use of bounty hunter as you would another assassin, in my opinion. But I think hidden's better on her. But her tier 2 feats, in my opinion, suck. I run thick skin just to allow her to live a little bit longer. Her tier 4 is nothing. Last lap is always great.
If you're a troll.
If you troll, yeah. But at the same time, that
Yeah.
means you're dying, right? So you're not getting the
exactly.
game-winning kill with your 4th feat, or whatever. You could technically, I
Just doing
guess,
that
but
for itself.
yeah. It's more memey than actually on-demand useful. So
She's got a
her feat
fast
selection
zone.
sucks. Yeah, she's got a lot of zones are now pretty much the same extent, though, same speed. They kind of normalized it. She used to have the fastest zone until they normalized zones. For the most part, most zones are about 500,
500.
600 ms.
500 MS. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was an thing that was great about her. She can soften out of her zone, but it's either going to be from a dodge or it's going to be a top light. And if you get parried, you're eating like half your health, in a heavy. So
Yeah, I know that
her
one.
zone.
I play Highlander, baby. I'll tell you, I kill you in 3 swings. What do you want? From me?
Yeah, I
For real,
think that
though.
I agree. I think she's exactly what you're saying. I think she suffers also from that Warden syndrome of whittling
Yeah.
somebody down. I don't, she doesn't have that power
One
hit.
trick pony.
Yeah, outside of getting a guard break and a triple bleed is probably her most damaging move. And then to land that in a team fight or in a 2v2, against anybody who's somewhat competent is just gonna knock you out of that. Maybe you get a bleed or so on, but to land a triple bleed and all that, then you need the bleeds in order to get into your unblockable mix-up, which is it's pretty cool concept. I think also if her saw fate out of a heavy into maybe like a similar shaman type of type of thing, like if she could saw fate to multiple sides instead of having it always be in top, I think that would put her in a better place. But besides that, her damage is just very lackluster outside of the guard break, and her feats and her perks are just very meh. I think in terms of assassin, she's just kind of just a meh assassin. So C, I think it's the proper places for her until either she gets reworked or
She
things
needs a
change.
rework.
But yeah, she's just you're not really gonna win games by picking PK. You're basically putting your team kind of in already a 3v4 situation by picking her. In comparison to the other assassins that's already in the game. So yeah, I would say about C tier.
Yeah,
C tier it
I
is,
don't
then everybody agree?
disagree. I was thinking a little more harsh myself, but
Yeah, it's like coming around.
yeah, I honestly think
I
she's trash.
Here's the reason why I wouldn't put her D tier, because when she can get her mix-ups going on you, she can delete you real quick. Like those bleeds, like if she can get 2 guard breaks on you, you're pretty much like you're in a really bad spot. And then she has those feats like her crossbow to finish you off. Plus, like in a team fight, she's not feeding. If she's playing right, she's not feeding as much revenge. So she's good, I think, like when you say like that Conqueror, that BP is pushing a waypoint to stall. I think she's a good ganker to wasting time in that sense. Like I don't think she's as punished as like Monk is. Like Monk, I would put D tier. We'll talk to him later. But
Fuck you.
PK, when PK is like going, she can really pump damage. It's just that she can be punished heavily for it as well, and her feats and her perks don't bring anything to the table really. So I think she can do the assassin role rather well. Like her hiding at B lane, and if and sitting in the minions for a free guard break, like that can net you a good amount of kills on PK, and she could be a very annoying person to fight at B or at minion lane. But
sneaky bitch. Yep.
other characters do the ganking aspect better than she does by a long shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where definitely she prospers. If you can kind of play that mid-central-ish location, you're hiding, you're waiting, waiting for people to not realize you're around, especially with stealth and stuff like that, and then getting those guard breaks. Yeah, I completely agree.
Yeah.
But like when
But
she's actually in the
cap.
yeah, if she's actually in, like, if you guys are just going into an actual 2v2 or people know where you are, or 4v4, 3v3, or whatever it is, outside of the whole, being a little sneaky and hiding and stuff like that and trying to just bait for guard breaks or whatever, then, yeah, she excels at that. But everything else is just kind of mediocre in comparison to the other assassins. When you're actually in a fight with people who know exactly where you are and can counter guard break or whatever the case may be. So
Well, her job, I mean, she's good at what she's supposed to be doing. I
still
think
put her in that.
if you go with C, I'm just gonna say, yeah, we'll go C. But bottom of C.
You seem to say low C.
Yeah.
Even low
yeah,
C
low
is fine.
C.
You know what I mean?
I don't
We
think
gotta
low
wait.
C.
Yeah, we can wait until we get done with putting everybody in there.
Hero than she is.
Yeah.
It's okay. She's low C.
Alright, low C it is. Alright, ready for next?
Law Daddy.
Law Daddy.
Yep.
Low daddy.
All right, let's get him off the
This is
screen.
Angel.
I'm just kidding.
Fucking-
So
I know. We're all thinking before we even describe him. Put him at D. Put him down there.
No.
I disagree.
Yeah, I was gonna say I
I'm
don't feel
just
that
kidding.
same
I
way about
disagree
him.
with D. I do disagree with T.
I'd say he's a
I just-
high C.
I'd say he's B at least.
I
Well,
think
Avery,
he's
yeah,
D
you
B.
started
personally.
off. You started off this time. You haven't started one off.
Dude, oh man.
What do you think?
Okay, what's his job first off? Is he
Way to
gonna
start
be-
it off. Ask more questions.
Yeah, yeah, it's all right.
well,
You know,
I think he's flexible personally.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
kind of what I
I
was
don't think I
thinking.
don't see him at mid, but
He's a
He
gang.
can clear mid. You know, not
he
that
can clear
well,
mid,
but he
yeah,
can clear
his
mid.
feats. But
Mhm.
I think I view him more like
He's a
someone that
hybrid.
could roam between the points.
Mhm.
Because I could see him attacking the point and defending the point, but I would still rather like someone like a Conqueror, someone to really sit at home.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think he's more of a point controller. I guess is a good way of putting it.
Contester.
Because he has good.
Contester.
Let's go over his feats and perks real quick.
Bombs.
Exactly. That's what I was just thinking. He's just bomb daddy for a reason, you know.
He's got grenades.
I think that alone puts him in B, just because of his possible feats. He's got good feats.
Yeah,
He has an
His
incredible
feats,
light parry punish. He can ledge people really well. If he parries you, he can still stab you and shove you, whether that's into a wall, whether that's off a ledge.
I don't like the fact
And he
that
gets
his
a
heavy
heavy off the
parries
wall, right?
guarantee. Yeah, yep. His heavy parries give
Yeah.
him a guaranteed skewer, and he travels fucking 4 miles with you.
Right.
And if you hit a wall, that's a free heavy. That's a
You
free.
could read a
Whether we
book
like it or
about-
not, I mean it's part of his kit. They did take
that
away.
makes
He
him strong,
definitely
though.
is not as strong as he used to be since they took the hyper armor away from his dodge bash. That was a huge one little thing
Exactly.
nerfed him a lot. I feel like so
Mhm.
he's definitely not A. I think he's definitely me
That one
personally.
thing made him
He's-
super strong, though.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
It was a good option select.
So me
That's a good
personally,
option
like
select.
what he's gonna do, he can stall, he can gank, he can his anti ganking he can still do it. His fucking top
His
light
perks
was
help him out.
that's the same speed as other ones, right?
It's 400 MS.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's got a fast top light, which is annoying as shit. He can blind you still. He's the
So
only
he's
one I think
blind.
that
Yeah, he's the only one.
that can blind.
Besides Monk,
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
and monk.
they even took away from Musha, I think.
I don't really remember his perks though.
He's got heavy perks.
Yeah, he's got the best perks in the game. So,
Oh yeah, so that's even better. So I think
Mhm.
me personally, high B.
I'd
Yeah,
say
I put him at B
mid-B.
personally.
Yeah. He's got everything that you could want from a character, but he lacks certain things that you would actually pick for like a team comp.
Well, he
He's
doesn't
got
have
good
undodgeables.
hitboxes. He's got good hitboxes.
Mhm.
He's got
He can cleave.
good mid clear.
Yeah.
He's got
And
a
one
great
mix-up.
gank with his long arm that
Oh, yeah,
allows
that
you to get
too.
multiple heavies. He just lacks hyper armor, undodgeables, a good dodge attack that's reliable. His shove's not reliable.
He still
It's
has a dodge
very-
move though. Some casts don't even have that anymore. Scent.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yep, side dodge. I mean, but it's like very, very reactable, 700 MS. So I wouldn't use it like much. But he lacks certain things that makes him like really valuable to a team, like to stay alive in team fights and stuff like that. So I'd definitely say like a mid B.
I can agree with that. I think honestly, maybe low B. I think it's a bit more.
Yeah.
Strictly, he's high because of his perks. You know, having
I agree.
those heavy perks are amazing. As we know, casuals obviously your perks are a big thing. Mental barrier, amazing. Bulk up, amazing. Bastion, great for defending a point. And if he's attacking, he's got bombs. He's got righteous deflection for his tier two feet if he wants. Second wind, you know, if you want to run that outside of bombs, and then more bombs, right? Just bomb, right? Lawbringer. You know, defensive wise, I think if you're a patient player and you're able to make reads and get parries, he's probably one of the best out there in terms of all his parry punishes are extremely damaging.
Yeah.
And they put you in on a back foot, whereas he's one of the only characters that still has a blind, right? He has the unblockables in the chain, which can provide some pressure.
And
He does
cleave.
do damage. He can cleave correctly. Yeah. He's got good hitboxes, like Atula said.
Yep.
So he's not horrible. As much as some of this PC community would like you to believe. Of course, we're on the console, so we do different. We are very different in terms of that, but he's also not the best either in terms of for what it is. So I think you can have fun playing him. You're just gonna be a very very mediocre-ish type of hero. You're not just gonna bring anything that somebody else is gonna bring, if not better. So yeah, I would say like around low B, if not B even.
Yeah. Somewhere in
Everybody,
B.
anybody else? Anything to add to Lawbringer?
Fuck Lawbringer. Next.
Alright.
Fuck you, Andy
Yeah,
Grenades.
that's
I hate you.
All right. Next we got the Roman Scent Boy,
Ooh.
Centurion.
Alright.
Centurion.
I think he's kind of
No.
trash.
Experience with Scent.
I played
You
Scent
think
in
D?
scrims.
No, he's got good ganking potential.
Yeah, I played Scent.
I'd say B.
Yeah, I'd say B. I played Scent in scrims, and he's got a very good gank from kick or from somebody else's bash, something like that. He can confirm a lot of damage and really delete somebody's health bar with confirming his fully charged punch and all that jazz.
Like Jazz.
Surprisingly, his stall potential is not bad. I anti-ganked in a pro scrim match with Scent because I was never able to recover from moves. I was constantly staying, like, keeping my recoveries out of the game pretty much. You can like constantly like infinite combo people and you're never going to get free GB'd from it.
Yeah.
It's got a good mid clear because his zone tracks the minions pretty well. If you lock on, you have to lock on to get the mid clear. Not the best team fighter. Doesn't have good hitboxes. Not the best peel in the world. I would say B, but definitely a massive gank. Indeed.
Yeah.
I agree with Tim.
Would put him in B.
I agree with Tula.
For people who don't know what scrims are, is when competitive players play against each other. Just so people don't, people are like, oh, what the hell is scrims? So that's what that is. I have I think 14 reps. Yeah, 14 reps in the set. I have not played him in scrims, but played him enough to realize, more or less what he's about. Yeah, I think his feats. I think feat wise are pretty decent. It's not bad. He's got bounty hunter for tier 1. Haymaker is great. He gives him that extra bit of damage when you're landing punches. Whereas tier 2, Gugio is great to get the guaranteed charge heavy, which heavies itself are I believe they're still the fastest in the game. I believe throughout the whole cast at 600 ms heavies now, whether it's startup or in chain. He's got the phalanx for tier 4 feet or a batter to heal your teammates, or catapult if you so wish to run that. As far as perks, he doesn't really have like the best perks. Headhunter, endurance, devour, probably the best ones that he has. Outside of that, he has
very good.
Yeah, no, I mean perk wise.
Oh, perk. Sorry, I thought you said
Yeah,
my bad.
no, that's all right. Yeah, so out of that, he has the highest stamina pool in the game. And it's very stamina intensive to somebody, being that, you can mix up really well. You have your punches after basically everything. Your kick is, you can chain. It's basically unpunishable almost to anybody without a dodge attack. His zone is great for that first hit of his zone is great. Other than that, you're probably going to end up getting parried on that second or third hit if you let those rip. If you're by a wall with him,
Yeah,
you're basically
terrifying.
fucking yourself. Yeah, it's probably like the
Yeah.
worst place to positioning against the set is very important, especially being that most sets are also defensively focused and they tend to land those parries into the knees, which you could be right by a wall in a heartbeat basically. So fighting your set in that type of way is very important. But yeah, I think overall in the 44, I don't think he's the worst. I think he's a good gaker, probably one of the top
Yeah,
gakers out there still. Um, and that obviously takes coordination with if you're playing with friends, whatever. But if you just try to load up
Absolutely.
yourself and play in a casual match, play set, and try to land those those punishes, you're probably gonna be in for a rough time and probably gonna be feeling a lot of revenge, and
Oh, he's on the
end up
ground. Let
dying.
me hit him.
So yeah, so I say if you play with friends and stuff like that, and you guys are have good synergy, I can see him even being if not A tier, like a low A tier. But outside of that, if you're just trying to load up solo by yourself, you have to just be really cognizant of what people are doing, what your teammates are doing, reacting to you and stuff like that. I'd say around B tier as well.
I would agree with that.
he doesn't have an undodgeable. He doesn't have hyper armor.
He does
His
have one
lights
move. He's
do
got
cleave,
hyper armor.
though.
It's 4 dodge heavy. He's got hyper armor.
Oh, well,
He's got good tracking too.
that was kind of trash because he can't cancel it like Aramusha.
He can't cancel it. That's right. It does have a good chase, but you can't cancel it. That's right.
So,
If you could cancel, that'd be great.
do you think he's ahead of Lawbringer or no? Because he doesn't have a dodge attack either, or dodge bash.
Solely because of his gank, I think so. It puts him above Lawbringer, but that's it. That'd be
Yeah,
the
they're
one thing
also
I'd say.
different. I think different as well. They bring different things to the table. I would have my Lawbringer be more upfront than a set, right? Set's kind of like lurking, like
Right.
Headmuff had mentioned, lurking around, kind of like mid to like far range of the fight, like kind of
Like
seeing,
PK.
what's happening, trying to capitalize on certain things, land your your fastest heavies that you have, and get your charge punches in, and then kind of seizing your opportunity. Whereas like Lawbringer, you can kind of be in this shit and make things happen.
Yeah.
And cleaving people, and he can also
yeah,
bash
cleaving
people
and
as
stuff.
well. Law Daddy
Plus
can.
you have the health pool, I believe. So I'd say he's
Yeah.
just
Behind
different, but
LB.
just kind of like
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
I can get behind that.
I agree. Yeah. Lawbringer just does everything else better than Sin. The only thing Sin's got going for him is the gank over Lawbringer, but that's it.
And then, fighting
Lawbringer has
near a
everything else.
wall, like he's one of the most terrifying. But yeah, I can definitely get behind B, behind Law Daddy. Everyone good with that?
Yep.
Anything to add? No?
I'm good.
All right.
Sounds good to me.
All right. Next up,
Gladiator.
Ooh, my baby.
Oh, the baby. Yeah. Bro,
All
what do
right,
you have
yeah,
him on
Crow's
Swift, sir?
bleeding this off. First off, where do you think he's gonna go? Where do you feel he should go?
I would put Gladiator at A tier. Gank wise, if you don't toe stab, do not fucking toe stab. When you're ganking somebody, because that's the most revenge feeder in the game. I would say I would say low A, high B, just because the toe stab feeds so much revenge. But his anti-gank potential is very strong. It does feel good to anti-gank with Gladiator. Even though he is very single target, he doesn't have a lot of cleave to him. His mix-up potential is where he really, really thrives. He does have phenomenal feats for ganking. I can't tell you how many times we've taken down people in a final fight 4v4 super quick just because of tear radius, or throwing a spear at somebody, or we don't use it anymore, but fucking catapult. And the skewer into a wall, skewering somebody and swapping targets on him, I think he's a very good anti-ganker. His mid clear, like B or wherever the minions are, C for fucking shard, horrible. It's a drooling experience, fucking horrible. But in the essence of Dom, I think that his feats really do carry him a lot higher in that aspect, because he's a very single target person. But what he does phenomenal. He is very mix-up intensive. I think he has the easiest deflect up there with Shinobi, and I don't know how Shinobi's is now because I haven't played him since rework. up there with Orochi's and Shinobi's deflect time. Um, of course, that is a problem because the deflect, it's not armor breaking, so that really fucking sucks. He doesn't have any hyper armor, he doesn't have any undodgeables. But much like Scent, I think what he does well.
Hmm. I could agree with that. I think personally, I think he's the third best assassin in the game.
Yep.
I think he, everything that Brainz has said, he's got his blockables. He's got this probably one of the only heroes that still has a form of option select with
So,
his dodge bash that he has,
yeah,
which is
That
great.
dodge bash
If you
is
ever
brutal.
it's mean. It's
yeah, if you
mean.
ever don't want to make a read on somebody, just fucking dodge bash him, So, he has that going for him. He has, if you want to be, want to be me, you want to quad light spam, you can. If you want to, throw heavies, which are
Lay, lay, lay,
damaging.
lay, 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 lay.
Yeah, light. You can. His heavies do damage. I think his feat wise, he's got similar feats as well as set. Haymaker, bounty hunters. He can throw his weapon, which does a shit ton of damage. Fear itself is great for a team fight. Catapult. More of the crowd if you want to use that. Basic assassin perks. Nothing
Yep.
really too crazy. Endurance Headhunter, obviously Devour probably is what you want to go. As always, as you can see, kind of a theme with these assassin perks. Very shitty. But yeah, outside of that, I think it's got great chase.
Oh yeah.
It's surprising how far his forward dodge, I believe it was forward dodge light, actually travels. Yeah, good
Can't be
chase, good
canceled.
damage. He can't, but it's super quick.
Yeah, it's quick.
I think it's around
Unlike
the
Scent.
400 MS mark. Yeah, like said, so yeah, I would say high B, if not low A, for him. I think low A would probably be more in terms of like strictly like a ganking potential and everything like that. I think if you're trying to 2v1 somebody on a point or in mid or off your point, I think he's phenomenal with it. So yeah, I would say probably a low A. Honestly, probably be my final decision there.
Yeah, I definitely agree with low A, or the A bracket in general. I think he does his role as a ganker very well. Um, he has some isolating aspects to him, kind of like Nuxia, where if he skewers you, he can throw you into a wall or kind of move you around in a fight a little bit.
Hmm.
Um, his bash game, with the dodge bash is awesome. He's got iframes in his dodge lights. Um, Good mix up. So yeah, I think he's a good character overall. But as a ganker, he does his role very well. A lot of ways to gank and punish people when it's a successful gank. He's got high damage values. So um, yeah, I agree. I don't have the most experience on Glad, but I've been frustrated more than once dealing with them. So
Yeah, amen to
Feel
that.
that. I play him and I still
because it's
am.
like, is he gonna dodge for the bash, and then I should dodge like after the bash, or like is he gonna dodge and light me and then go into all of his lights, or is he gonna try to skewer? Yeah, am I too close to this wall right now? Like, oh shit, well that's a deflect, so here goes like half my health, like
Yeah.
so he's got a lot of punishing aspects to him, and they can, and since it is a lot of single target, it makes it easier for him to gank and not worry about cleaving into that Conk or Kyoshin that is sitting on the side in all guard stance. So
Yeah, that's true.
yeah.
Tula?
Me personally, I would put him below Scent, but I'll compromise with A. Um, doesn't have good mid clear, does not have good hitboxes. Remember, he does have a reflex guard, which is not in his favor at all. But his gank was good. The toe stab feeds a lot more revenge now with the nerf, along with Haymaker. But you're right, he is able to move around, be a fly, and stuff like that with his dodge bash and whatnot. He can do the same thing as Scent as far as like not getting into his recoveries, as long as you're keeping the dodge bash going and not following up with that heavy afterwards. You can keep your recoveries pretty low and not get punished for it. Yeah, I guess I'll compromise and say low A, but there is a lot of stuff that he's missing as far as hitboxes.
Yeah, he doesn't
And
have hyper
mid-clear,
armor. Not an undodgeable.
no hyper
His
armor,
toe
no
stab doesn't
undodgeables.
knock people over when they're out of stamina anymore.
Yeah.
No
I think he
cleaving
can clear B
unblockers.
better than what you're giving him credit for, because he just zone. I mean, a lot of people have to just zone to clear minions, and some of them do it well.
His zone just doesn't work as well for B though. It really
No?
doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
Yeah,
it doesn't.
y'all only got
It's like
2
Warlord
zones where you
zone.
have stamina.
Yeah, yeah. Warlord zone on B sucks.
Like trying to do
Yeah.
your zone with like Musha's zone at B and out of stand. The second time you do it, it's like, well, okay, this sucks.
I find
Yeah.
doing quad lights with a side heavy is your best bet.
And his lights are enhanced lights, are they?
Nope.
No, they're not.
I'd
Nope.
I'll compromise with A,
that's
but I
right.
would say like bottom of A almost, or top of
Yeah.
I
B.
would say
Yeah,
he's mid.
yeah, like
I would
bottom
say
A.
bottom A, top B personally overall.
Yeah.
But I could see like a really good Glad. I could definitely see being in that A bracket
Mhm.
for what their role is and how quick they can dispatch someone.
Yeah.
But,
Exactly,
other
yeah.
assassins, I think, have some nice things in their kits that make them a little bit better at ganking. And I think there's just some other characters out there that can not only gank as well as Glad, but then also team fight better than Glad.
Right.
So we'll come back to Glad. I have a feeling he'll end up moving. I don't know.
Yeah.
D
I
tier.
don't.
You want that?
This isn't your tier list. It's ours.
That's why I'm compromising.
Oh me.
This whole
So,
time I'm like conversating while doing ranked duels still, and I've just versed this guy twice, and he just hates me now. And he sent me a message.
But who's next?
next is Black Prior.
Take
my
it
baby.
away, Tula.
Take it away, Tula, as we all. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. All right. So, all right. Fucking goddamn it.
And be realistic here now.
Yeah, like,
I'll be
think,
realistic.
yeah,
I'll be
he
realistic.
okay. For
Be
everyone
realistic.
that's
I'll be
watching this or
realistic.
It's
will
at the
watch
top
it,
for
he
a
is
second,
a
top,
70
where you
BP.
put him.
Okay,
Yeah,
this guy's
yeah,
known
70
for
BP.
his BP.
Yeah.
All right. I
Fought
Fought
got
a lot
this.
of the top BPs on
First off-
console.
Really?
First off, all right. First off, A tier. We'll put him in A. Middle of A. You give me that. Middle of A.
We'll
He's
just-
not top.
Okay,
of
since
A.
there's
This
not
is
a lot of
this is a
people, are you gonna put
discussion.
is he in front of Conk? Do you think he's in front of Conk?
You can't just come
He
in
is in
and
front
say,
of Conqueror.
listen,
Yes,
he's
100%.
Okay.
He's top A.
Give me
Well,
that.
we're doing my first.
He wants to say
Yeah,
D,
we
but
give
we're
him
not gonna let that
I'm
happen.
saying yes, bro.
I'm waiting for my turn. I'll tell you what.
Yeah. Let's see why you say though. I want to hear why you say.
Yeah.
Let's hear.
All right.
How about
Middle of A.
popcorn?
And I'll tell you why. He's a great character. He's a great character, all right? Don't get me wrong. He's a great character. Great hitboxes. He's got everything that you want. But there's other people in the cast that we're going to get to later that does his job better because of hyper armor, dodge attacks. BP does have an undodgeable, but you've got to do it in chain. There's a lot of characters now that you pick above him that has instant access to undodgeables, like Zhanhu,
Zone.
Warlord. The
Zone.
zone is 700 MS and very reactable. I've
two
been
characters?
punished way too much for that. I've been punished way too much with
You
using
can flip it. What?
No, I'm saying like I think Zhanhu's zone is like 700-800.
It's pretty
and
slow.
Warlord,
6 or 5.
It's
They
not
just
5,
busted.
and it's not
It-
6.
Are you sure?
I'm
feel like
looking
the-
up right now.
I feel like I feel like it was just recently buffed to either 5 or 6. I remember because when his rework came out, people had mentioned that it was too slow.
6.
And then
It
it
is
was 6. Okay.
But
yeah.
it still has a large tell though, because it
Hmm.
starts way off to the side.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah. Okay.
Alright, so-
That's on, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
We get to him.
Okay, so no hyper armor. Has a hard time accessing his undodgeables, which you want to use undodgeables to really peel for your teammates because that's what's going to catch them and interrupt anybody that might take massive damage. With BP, you've got to do either do like a backstep light or a heavy to get into it, which is not ideal. Your teammate will probably already take that damage before you can use it to peel. In a 1v1 aspect, it's great, but this is Dom, so you hardly ever be using your undodgeables in a team fight in Dom unless if you're trying to external somebody with it with a side attack. You're not going to be using it to track somebody for peel.
I do for Nobushi all the time.
Well, Nobushi's got a great one that you can get to
just as quick
pretty
as him.
good from her hidden stance.
just as quick as BP's.
Yeah.
Hidden stance is faster.
Well, you have to hidden stance
till
into the unblock, into the undodgeable, and you have to light into an undodgeable. The same, 500 MS light, which is a crushing counter, by the way. Sorry, continue.
Crushing counter, yeah, it's got a good crushing counter.
From all directions.
Got a good crushing counter.
Unlike Warden.
Yep. I'm just saying, defensively, he's great. Removal option select hurt him a little bit. Feats are great. Oathbreaker is a godsend.
Yeah,
for,
I was gonna say.
but I mean, if your teammates aren't feeding revenge and ganking properly, you don't need Oathbreaker. You could settle for tough as nails and be even more tanky. But this is casual matchmaking we're talking about. Oathbreaker is definitely a must. Let's see what else here. His only recovery cancel into full block is still punishable. He can still get GB'd out of it, unlike certain characters like Zhanhu or other dodge cancels like Pirate that we're going to be talking about later.
Yeah, but he's not playing the same role that those characters are either, though. He's in that Conqueror, JJ.
He's a
type
staller
role
team
where
fighter.
He's staller or sitting on a point. Pirate and Zhanhu that we're making those comparisons to, those are true roamers and your brawlers in a team fight. I think those are hard comparisons for him, because we could be it doesn't have enhanced lights like Shugoki, but crushing counter lights still.
Crushing counter lights that can be baited out very easily.
Who's on average? How many people are baiting those? Come on.
Me all the time. Me all the time.
Yeah,
100%. Because I know
but
what
at the same time, it still flows into a bash, which guarantees another light.
It's part of his mix-up game. Yep, it's good. It's
mix-up
good.
game.
Mix-up game is good. Bash, me personally, very reactable. I can react to it.
You also main.
Not everybody can. and you have 15 fingers.
Yeah. Disclaimer out there, everybody.
I'm just thinking across the board of BP as a character, and it's good at encounter the average player, but not the average player isn't hitting 500 MS light parries back to back.
Right.
they're not baiting that out, and even then that could then be, if you want to run that way, you can say that about any character. Oh yeah, but I could just bait out these lights from any character in a cast and punish them. But you still have to take into consideration that it's still 500 MS light that most people aren't going to just bait out or get the parry on consistently, and then the other attributes that go into that light. If you miss the light, you could still flow into a bash. You could flow into an undodgeable. You can pump fake the light into a heavy that could then be soft faded into a bash.
Recover into your all guard.
All guard, which is a flip, which then gives you more pressure.
Or GB.
And then that goes into his whole thing. He's the only character he's very in a team fight setting where I think the best review of BP is you're probably going to be stalling a point or defending. So it's realistically you're either in a 2v2 or you're in a 1v2, and BP does that 2v2 game and that team fight game very well. A lot of cleave at instant unblockable that cleaves, and I can't tell you how many times it feels like I'm fighting a raider because the BP is looking at me. I'm behind him, yet I still get hit. Unblockable.
Yeah, his cleave on that is insane.
If you go over aggressive on BP, you're gonna get flipped. Yes, you can GP him, but I mean, you could GP a lot of mix-ups if you play that angle. But the flip itself, if that works, which it does work, we have videos of you flipping 4
The
people
whole, yeah.
for like 5 minutes straight. So it's not a weak
That's because
move.
nobody knows how to GB.
But
You
still,
go
like,
for
I
it, you
mean,
just get hit by a light because he's trying
Yeah.
to crushing counter. You know?
yeah, like people say like,
Yep.
oh, just GB Musha. Like, yeah, but it's not that simple. Or just GB Kyoshin. It's like it's not that simple.
In
Like,
a
yes,
split
that's
second
the
to do
answer.
it.
It's like when like everyone complaining about Shinobi before his recent nerf. It's like, he just backflips. It's like, yeah, but you just have to GB. But it's not that simple. Like, you have to bait certain, you have to really bait these things out.
Right.
And the average player isn't, getting those light parries or getting those baits constantly. And then it's even harder to bait out in a team fight when it's 2-on-2 and you have a casual next to you who is probably going to hit the BP that you're trying to bait out.
And they're probably, and a
And then
casual
you
is
still
going to
get
crush and
punished
counter too because
for
they're
it.
light spamming.
Yeah. Yeah, so
Right.
for me personally, I think BP is an S tier character. I could see instances where he's starting to fall off and move down that S tier and go into A tier with option selects. But kit wise, he's got a lot going for him. He does have recovery cancels into some pretty good stuff, unblockables. He has the undodgeables that can cleave. Um, he has bashes out the wazoo that all lead to great punishes. So he's not someone that's going to kill you like immediately, but he's going to consistently whittle you down and make you. And if played right, like you do, it's very hard to just advance like in a 2v2 brawl, let alone alone. Like
You will die.
like he punishes people around him, and then feat wise, I mean, the only character in the game that can make revenge useless. Um, super
That
tanky
sucks.
naturally. Heals if he just sits in all guard, like
Yeah.
I think he's great. Like S tier for his role. Maybe not S tier like in a duel situation or like out of the entire cast, but for his which I actually honestly would still say in a duel situation he's up there because as a pirate going against BP is a nightmare.
Right.
And we're all considering pirate to be pretty strong. But yeah, I mean BP can flip a grab. Like
BP can, to put this
The
in
flip is
perspective,
very
he
strong.
belongs in S and nowhere fucking else because I can double light with Monk and go into key. And you guys know how fast I press my buttons and how fast I do my combo. I can double light and go into key stance and throw my kick instantly, and he can flip that every time.
yeah, he has a lot of those crazy mechanics where there's moments where like he could flip something that you didn't think
He
could
flicks.
flip.
Flicks. He flips fucking deflex.
Yeah.
Deflex. If the pirate combo, if the heavy hits you and you don't parry, you can then
A
flip
follow-up.
the follow-up
Yep.
grab. So like
That's
I think
so
like
fucking
and then
strong.
so these are a lot of things that he's negating damage outright, And then on top of that, he's still very tanky. And then you have to take into
Oh, yeah.
consideration, well, his offensive game is hard to pressure because he has crushing counters on his lights. So he can just swing at you. And like unless you're going against a Highlander, like we all know that feeling when you're fighting a Highlander, it's a pain in the ass because you can't just initiate on a Highlander that's
What
crushing
are you
counter
talking
happy.
about?
That you know that you can't.
We'll get to that.
just
We'll get to
walk
that
up
later,
and
baby. You
randomly.
watch your mouth.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that Highlander for that reason is S tier. I'm just saying that it adds a dynamic that the other person has to adjust to. And then in a team fight situation where he's playing his role, you external crushing counter people, like it's crazy. So definitely for me, he's an S tier. He may not be the pinnacle of S tier like he was, but he's got everything going for him. And I think the nuances are just the fact that if you're punished with a light parry or if certain things are baited out, but you could say that for any character. Every character has a way to be baited out of something.
I'll
You
say
could
one
grab
small
Shinobi
thing and
in
then I'll
his
shut
double
up.
dodge.
I'll say one thing and then I'll shut up. I think the flip is very strong. This brought me back to the flip. The flip can be interrupted. In case y'all didn't know, before the heavy lands, I've had it happen multiple times. If you time a bash correctly, you can interrupt a flip, and we can actually practice that.
Right.
After
You
this
you need a
if you want.
.33 ms reaction time in order to
Yeah.
do that.
See,
Not
this
really.
is probably even like more
Not really.
difficult and
I'm
more
joking.
like you gotta be. But we're talking casuals too, though, right? Like we're not
Right.
talking about this as Nemesis versus you
Right.
know, Nemesis number 2. Like,
Yeah.
That's my
he's
downfall. I play too much comp, so
yeah,
we're
exactly.
talking about casuals. So if this was comp, I would put him in A. So j-
I would say put
high
him in
A,
S.
very high A for me, and that's my vote. All right, I'll
Okay.
hush.
I would
I'll
say honestly, as much as I want to put him in the S tier because fuck Blackfire,
Shut the fuck up,
I don't
dude.
think that he warrants that based on the casual knowledge of the game. I think a player who knows like Cthulhu, or a player who has just picked up the game is not going to just pick him up and then instantly do amazing, because what makes him so good is the
yes.
fact that he can recovery cancel his stuff, the flips. That requires you to have knowledge based on the other characters in the game, on what their MS times are for heavies, lights, what their reactions are. I think that's where he beats every other heavy, is just having that knowledge on everybody else, right? So a casual just picking up the game and just picking him because he looks cool is not going to perform somebody who knows the game in and out. Has been playing the game for 2, 3,
Thank
4,
you.
5 years.
So you can
Yeah,
say
but
that with
the
So
anybody.
that's the
tools,
only
the
thing.
tools
You can say that with
allowed to his
anybody.
kit, though. Yeah,
Right,
the
right.
tools allowed to his
But
kit
more
enable
so,
him to do a lot of crazy shit that
yeah,
other
no,
heavies can't
absolutely.
do.
Absolutely. That's why he would be in like a high A, if not like, like low bottom S,
Hey,
But
Ben,
I
check
can
it.
get behind the low S,
but
but
hear me out.
Yeah,
Yes, he does have his on-demand unblockables. Yes, he
and
has undodgeables. Yes, he has
let's be
quick
honest, it
encounters.
is
Yes, he
not
has.
that difficult to see that you're about to be hit in the middle of a team fight while you're sitting in all guard and then go for a flip or something. I'm not saying like
Right.
flipping people is hard to do or is not hard to do and like it's super easy. But I mean, to play BP in the middle of a team fight, the stuff that Cthulhu does is amazing. I'm not taking anything away from that.
Right.
But it's not like playing Shaman or PK in the middle of a team fight
Mm,
where everything is out to get you and you have almost no defenses, and then your offenses aren't even that strong. I mean,
right.
against other heavies, like we're putting Shugoki, JJ, Conk,
That's
BP,
where I'm putting it. Exactly. That's why I
Warlord.
said what I said against other heavies. Like I feel like and then on top of what he brings, like his
Like, who's a
perks,
better heavy than BP?
JJ or
Goki?
Shugoki. Yeah,
Yeah.
hundred
no.
percent.
I don't know. I know.
Yeah,
No.
hundred
Yep.
I
percent.
think I
100%.
think I could see that they're strong in certain areas, but I think BP brings a bit more. Maybe not a bit more than JJ. I think JJ with his cleave and his ability to kill people and whatnot is strong, but BP
Mhm.
has way better feats, better perks,
Yeah,
and
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 that's
then
what makes him better. Yeah.
his kit is better as being a tank or a heavy on a point too. Like
Mhm.
you know, yeah, I don't know. I mean,
All
these
right.
are all
BP
opinions, and
has
this is my opinion. But
I
It's
want to say
yeah, no, it's
what
it's all it's
B,
all great stuff. I mean, it's all we all have our own opinions. It's just where I would say, what I would sit him, like I said, is high A, low S, just based on that. I think his perks are some of them. He has the best perks in the game. Feat wise, some of the best feats in the game. Very team oriented. As well as okay, I fucked up or we fucked up. We just feeding this guy revenge, just oath breaking him. Boom, he's not having fun anymore. He's got toughness downs. You can have 8 bars of health. You know, with bulk up
hmm
perk as well. Can be very tanky. Can be that presence that that really that statue of just like dominance in point. As far as like if you're attacking or defending a point, he's got those crutch encounters, he's got his undodgeables, he's got his on demand, he's got a bash, that's on demand, which is considered
let,
by most to be some of the best. That like the only viable offense is to have an on demand, forward bash, right, which guarantees a light into his mix up, which is either the unblockable or a heavy or another light or another bash or whatever. So yeah, he has options. You can just pick him up and play him and be in a really good standing. But as in comparison to other heavies, I don't feel like he is. And it's a very small. It's like very minor as between JJ and Shugoki, because those to me are some of the best heavies in the game. He's very close. He would excel in that only because of the flips. Being able to flip, and then that would take knowledge on, on those heroes and what you can cancel out of and what you can't. So the more knowledge that you have in this game, the better BP is to me, especially in the meta where everybody's just throwing unblockables, letting those go, target swapping unblockables, letting those go. He does excel, and all you need is one flip off of two people, and that's like basically instant revenge for him, right? And then he just goes crazy with his revenge, pressure. So yeah. So that's just that's for me. High, really high A, if not low S, like bottom S for sure.
I'm gonna keep his ass in S because his zone is a bash.
This is my
right?
tier list. I do what I want.
Well, do you even said the only person that's confirmed to put him in A is Cthulhu, right?
Right.
So everybody else is saying S. You even said bottom of S. So I'm keeping him in S.
Bottom S. Yeah.
But he's staying in S because he brings way too. And you keep talking about like, oh, knowledge. Everybody's the same way. Like this is for like, okay, if somebody either knows what they're doing is watching this tier list, or if somebody's coming into this tier list and wants to see, like, oh, they're like, oh, he's S tier. Yeah, he has a lot of depth to his kit, but they'll be like, okay, I need to like start learning. If I'm going to learn this game, I'm going to learn it with him.
Mm-hmm.
And when
in my defense too, with as well as like, I have no doubt in my mind when we come across Shinobi, you guys are going to put him in S tier, right? Because he's super strong right now. Yeah. But I mean, a bad Shinobi is not S tier, right? Because you have to get those deflects, you have to know the kit. So to what Angel's saying, like Shinobi has answers to certain situations that put him in S tier. Not the average player that just picked up Shinobi is not going to do any of that. The average player who's picking up Shinobi is going to be more of a hindrance to their team.
Yeah.
Which is why I placed him in high A initially.
So.
And then he can, like, we all keep talking about cleave. He can flip, he can do cleaving himself with undodgeable and an unblockable. He can flip people trying to cleave. He can just yank you right out of it. Nope, you're coming over here. He's the only
somebody jumping off a ledge on you is S tier.
The only way to do that, to counter it, is if you manage to GB him. Everybody who's got all guard, I do it with Warlord myself. I'll just go into all guard real quick and then throw a light. It's just to bait them off real quick, like, oh yeah, and so you throw a light after. He has crushing counters. What?
BP's also the only person in the game who has an invulnerability due to what they're doing. You can't hurt BP after he's flipped you.
And even if you come in late with whether it's no matter what you're doing, if you come in like 1 or 2 seconds afterwards, you're getting flipped as well. You don't have to be there on the initial flip. You can. It's like a second later. If you still touch him, you're also being flipped.
Or at least being hit by the heavy, and if you trade with him, like I have with Highlander, I've waited for the flip, and if he's mid-swing and I hit him with my heavy, and he hits me with his, and we trade, you'll do no damage to BP, but he'll hurt you. He's invulnerable when he does that swing.
Yeah,
and that's a point when they released him. He's the only person with an invulnerability.
Yeah, I'll get more about JJ when we come to him, but as a JJ main, I'm terrified of BP. Because he has the undodgeable, he can GB. I mean, that's when it comes to JJ, you can counter him pretty well. And then he has the bash. He has 3 forms of bashing. He can just forward dash bash, light bash, heavy, soft feint into bash. So his out of stand pressure is absolutely brutal.
His zone is a bash as well.
Yeah, okay, 4 fucking bashes.
That zone bash can lead straight into his undodgeable.
That's just even more brutal. Like he's hard to punish, and like if you touch him and he gets fucking revenge. We've all seen it happen.
To what makes other characters S tier? Because he has everything,
and his feats and perks are good as well. So there's literally
things line up on him very well.
They do.
And he's got some of the coolest fashion in the game.
We're gonna have to do a fashion. We can't even do a fashion tier because Knights are just gonna all be on top anyway.
Yeah. You guys are aware that we're an hour and almost 30 minutes in, and we're not even done with the first faction?
Yeah.
We're going, right? We're going. All right.
So
what's next? What do we have next?
Let's see. Let me go back. Warmonger.
Muff.
Me? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think you have the highest Warmonger.
I put Warmami at A tier personally. I think she's better than Warden. So she, but I think her feats really make her very strong. A lot of like she can completely obliterate a team fight with her feats. Her sustain from the feats make her really good. She's got a lot of frame advantage. I mean, you can light, bash, light. Um, so her frame advantage is, and you can get into bash almost after anything.
Sorry,
Great
burp.
cleave, and she's even got an iframe on her side heavy, and you can get to that iframe without throwing that heavy actually. So that you can feint out of it. So while it's a very small iframe, you can do some pretty wonky stuff with War Mommy. So yeah, and then she's got a pin that makes pretty much the same thing that makes Law Daddy strong. You get a parry, throw someone into a wall, and now you got extra damage on them. And if I remember correctly, you're still at frame advantage there, or maybe it takes it back to frame neutral, but which is still a good spot to be. It's not like you're in a negative spot. So I think she's strong. Feats, perks, and then kit. Her kit is nothing like crazy outside of her bash, but wide swing zone. She can cleave people. She's got hyper armor. She's got unblockables. Yeah.
Well, I
agree with that.
personally agree. Yeah, I believe she
Yeah.
is a high A tier for sure. Most definitely better than Warden just based off her feats alone. Her corruption feats are the absolute pinnacle of a 4v4 god. To be able to go in and just separate everybody, and peel off your 1v1s and stuff like that. And if they don't, run away when you do pop either your first feat or your fourth feat, they're taking massive damage, and then you're also healing and doing damage as well, right? So, yeah, just her feats alone basically put her in that tier without even explaining the kit. So, yeah, I believe that she's around that place. I think her perks are a little lacking, honestly. She just got like the basic perks, Devour, Endurance, Headhunter, or Fresh Focus. Probably Fresh Focus on her, maybe probably be the better choice, being that she is kind of stam hungry. Because you're constantly comboing, because you're constantly frame advantage, right? So, um,
Yeah.
yeah, I think outside of that, she has good damage.
Enhanced lights.
Yeah, the hand slides are good, but they are readable once you kind of get to playing her for a little bit, just basically because she has those warded lights, right? The reused animation off of that is, I guess that's why also it makes it more readable. Outside of that, yeah, she's got her on-demand and dodgeable if you're trying to catch people who run away. The unblockables if you try to catch people who sit in full guard, conquerors, warlords, stuff like that. Even though it's a lot. It probably needs to get buffed. Honestly, her side dodge and blockable, I feel like it's a little too slow. And then on top of that, it has no hyper armor. She can be hit out of it really well. Really easy. But yeah, outside of that, she does do damage. So yeah, I think A tier should be high A for sure.
And she can do anything. She can
Mhm.
gank, she can anti-gank, she can clear mid, she can stall. There's like almost nothing she can't do except fight BP.
Yeah,
And her
she's a very
feats
solid
come
pick.
online quick. Like
Yeah,
BP.
super good.
A good BP.
Like,
So
it's like,
extra.
if you're playing her right, you can have those feats up every game. Especially now after they kind of equalized how you get feats.
Yeah. So anything anybody got anything to add? Or no?
But you
Nice.
played a good amount of War Mommy, didn't you?
Yeah, A sounds good. I mean, for time's sake, feats win games. That's just the harsh truth about this game. Feats win games.
Big facts.
And if she unlocks her infections stuff, then she's just going to steamroll the board. As soon as she gets infection on somebody, that's a free gank because nobody can hop in and save them.
Or you
That's
can
an easy
throw
2v1
people into
gank.
them. Anybody can skier, GB, be an
Yeah.
asshole.
Throw them into them.
She was S
Hitboxes
tier
are just
before they
okay.
nerfed that feat.
Mm-hmm.
Where you take out the minions.
Yeah. Hitboxes just okay. Her side dodge unblockable does have very good team fight potential, but no iframe, so that's what lacks with it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. She's a great pick, but not. You have to really build around her.
Yeah, it's a good. She'd be stronger, I think, if there was like pick and bans, but there's not. There's not even a
Yeah.
fucking ranked Dominion. Anyway,
Mm.
anything else?
Nope.
All right. Next.
Angel, this one's for you, Gryphon.
Gryphon main,
Yeah,
Gryphon main detective.
he's balanced. He's balanced.
Oh, he's good.
Shoot, I haven't played Gryphon in so long.
Oh, fucking brain. Fucking.
Yeah. I don't know. I'd say he's like either top B or low A.
Okay.
Just because he's got an undodgeable. His kick is fucking annoying, but it is punishable.
Yeah,
True.
His zone's pretty good. It's got a good it goes like almost 360 like JJ. It's like JJ's zone. He does have hyper armor even though it comes in late. I don't know. He's got a forward dodge heavy, doesn't he? And forward dodge light.
Mm-hmm.
I can agree,
agree
with
with
B to A, probably more B. I think before the nerfs, he was definitely an SA tier character.
Absolutely.
But
Yeah.
I think currently, I think he's a good character, but although very boring to play.
Put him top of B.
I think he does his supportive role very well. He can definitely save someone from being ganked. He can
gank
handle
really
an
good.
anti-gank. Yeah, he can gank very well. But I think other characters just kind of have similar kits and that are better than Gryphon at the moment.
Yeah, he can clear mid
there's a-
really good too.
Yeah, so I think he does things all around good,
Mhm.
well. But I don't think he doesn't have a better gank than some of the other characters in his tier or like in his wheelhouse. And there's just some people do
Oh my
certain
God,
things
dude.
better.
What are his feats and perks looking like? I don't even remember.
The
There's
absolute
mean
trash.
feats.
His perks are absolute trash. He probably has like the worst set of perks in the entire game, besides maybe Valk.
And
Like he
Nobushi.
just
Oh,
has
wow.
the supersonic, clever tactics, rising dawn, rapid refresh, remedy, feline agility, and radiant rebound. Absolutely garbage. Every one of them.
Remedy, I like Remedy a lot.
I like rapid
I like
refresh
Remedy,
too.
but that's the other one.
I mean, in comparison though to some of these
Yeah,
better,
in
these
comparison,
these higher end, even within the same tier, I'd rather get honestly like Endurance or Headhunter or something like that at that point.
Endurance is really
I
good.
personally feel like his perks are absolute trash. One of the reasons why he's like, if not mid B, like low B for me. His feats probably are the saving grace. Champion's Aura, Draconic Bow, even though it's been nerfed, that overall granting like healing for the team is great. I love Winner's Advantage as a feat overall. Anybody who has that, like Shaolin or or his health, I think is just great. The extra bit of damage boost is very nice, especially with that you can combo that into your kick, which I think mix up wise he's great. With the whole mix up potential that he has, whether it's going to be, I think pre nerf obviously he was a lot better. But now that you have to forward dodge into the bash, it adds a little bit of extra time to give people, to be able to better react to it. His damage is up there. I think what sets him apart from the other ones is that he has great cleave, like really great hitboxes, but they're not unblockable. They're not, undodgeable. I mean, to an extent they are just based on how well his hitboxes are, but other than that, like his, third trade heavies they're just uninterruptible, right? So you can just block them and call it a day, right? Whereas like heroes like, JJ or BP or, Pirate or, was Zhanhu, any of these heroes who have cleaving, unblockable heavies, right? That it just you basically like Muff has said, people within his same class or same wheelhouse just do better.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's not necessarily that fun to play. It's fun for a little bit to kick somebody in the chest and slam your
Yeah.
hammer down on them.
The kick is
but
pretty
it does
satisfying, but it is punishable.
it is punishable and it does get boring. You know, especially if you do it too much, you know, then you're instantly just asking somebody to, you know, dodge and guard break you, which sucks. Which, you know, then you just lose all your momentum. So
Yeah, he's got a
yeah,
wide
for me
swinging dodge
personally,
attack and a forward dodge bash as well.
which yeah, the dodge attack's been there, so you can't delay it anymore. You know, so like, you know, he was a lot better, but
Yeah.
yeah, I would say low B. Yeah, like yeah, low B for me, real low
Do you
B.
think he's above? Where do you think, or how do you guys feel about him being in front of B, like in front of Law Daddy and Scent?
I think he's in front of Law Daddy. I don't think he's in front of Sad.
Does that look better?
Put Sin in front of Gryphon, probably. No, that should be good.
Yeah, yeah, Sad in front of Gryphon, for sure. He's definitely better than Lawbringer, but I don't think he's better than in terms of like gank wise and stuff like that.
What
But
their role
team
is?
fight wise,
Yeah,
he's better. But I think I would still rather have a Sad over a Gryphon, honestly, on my team.
yeah, just for the, yeah, I get that.
Just realistically. Like
Yep.
it's very close. It's very
Right.
close. They're like basically neck and neck because
Right.
you know he has his stuff, but yeah,
Right.
it looks about right.
All right, next
Yeah.
should be in the Vikings now.
Vikings now.
Raider.
Oh,
Legendary.
Oh yeah, it's a good
Brains,
old
you want to
Raider.
take this one?
I would
Nope.
say Raiders A all the way.
Where at?
If you I would put him in front of. I'd put him in front of Warmami.
Ooh.
No, I'd put him right behind Warmami. Right behind Warmami.
All right.
Oh, that you guys. Okay, I was gonna say your tier list is backwards. What the fuck? You think Glad's in front of Warmami?
No. No.
I would say just because the instant. It is damn near instant hyper armor. He does have pretty solid feats, as well as the being able to soft feint majority of your attacks into that of a guard break, a light, and having two zones, the cleave damage alone, the health pull. Now, if he's only lighting, pretty easy to bait out. So if we're talking about bottom tier players, that just spam lights and whatnot, then you're eventually going to be able to read him. But he does have super fast lights, nice combo. I think he's an all-around solid hero. The only thing that he's lackluster on is if we're talking mid-tier people, if you are super aggressive to him, what the fuck is he going to do about it? Side dodge light you? If you know he's going to do that, then it's not that hard to read. Not a lot he can do to somebody who's super aggressive. That's why it feels good being Monk and just Monk may be super bottom tier, but if you can out offense that offensive man, he doesn't have a lot in the ways of what am I going to do now? Unless you make mistakes and he's guard breaking like constantly. But in all around playability, I think that he can hold down a point. I think his anti-gank is phenomenal. I think his mid-clear is fucking almost unmatched with a lot. He's up there with a lot of people whose zones just go crazy. And his speed of his sprint ability, well, not even sprint ability, he's just overall run speed is very, very high up there compared to a lot of heroes. Yeah, I would wholeheartedly say that he is just a super, super good player. I would say high A.
All right. I would have to disagree with that. I believe he's one of the 3 best heroes in the game right now.
Yeah, I agree. He's S tier personally.
I think he is S tier all the way. If not like the pinnacle of S, he is pretty damn close to it. I think just in itself, his target swap unblockables that cleave an entire room for 34 damage, I believe it is now.
Something like that.
It's absolutely massive. On top of that, you know, he can chain those back-to-back unblockables. You know, and there's not much you can do about it except obviously, you know, light him out or whatever the case is. But in a multiple people setting, you know, and you're not paying attention, you're eating a shit ton of damage. And yes, it is his second unblockable. It is guard breakable, but you know, you're still eating 34 damage on top of whatever it is the other players are doing that's around you. I think, you know, Brainz is right. He can soft fade basically out of everything that's not a light, which is amazing. He has hyper armor almost instantaneously. He's got standardized lights. Three chain hits, which are great. It's amazing for mix up. His option select in terms of being able to dodge, stunning tap somebody, is up there. He still has that. It's just, yeah, he's a phenomenal hero. I think if you want to pick up a hero and actually contribute to the team, yeah, you basically just cleave, just zone everybody, and you'll end up getting kills. On top of, once you start to actually realize what everybody else is doing. Feats wise, got pretty decent feats. Fire Flash, probably one of the best feats in the game. Fury as well. You can pair those two together, and you can do 60, 70 damage of fire just from one Fire Flash. Absolutely massive in a team fight. Or you can go the kill way and equip the Stalwart banner and prevent that from happening to your team. I think Mark for Death, his tier 2, is a great feat. It lowers their defenses, so you can just cleave even harder, and then lowers their stam. And then of course he has Tireless, so he can't, so he keeps on swinging. So I mean, I think overall, outside, I think his weakest part of his kit is honestly his perks. But
Yeah.
outside of that, they did nerf his health, they did nerf his damage, but his damage is still, it's just overwhelming. It's just you playing against somebody who knows that character. It's incredibly hard to actually fight against, especially in a team setting. So yeah, he's S tier for me, absolutely.
Muff, you mentioned S tier.
Yeah. So I've never played Raider personally, but I've played against a lot
Sure, it's
of
great.
Raiders, obviously. And to be honest, Raider is probably the hardest matchup for me on all of my casts. Even with Pirate, it can be tough at times because of the hyper armor trade. But I think Raider is definitely, as Bam said, probably one of the best characters in the game at the moment, especially in casuals. He promotes the light spam because he has 3 light chains that are all pretty vicious. On top of that, he gets, for a good player, I think he could be even more devastating, right? Because then you can play the back step light into hyper armor heavy game, and he has a lot of room where he can keep swinging and then just randomly hit you. So in a team fight situation, I think he's very well protected. He's good iframes. The soft feint game is insane, and he keeps going. And a lot of his stuff promotes that he keeps moving. And then he's got good health pool, great damage numbers, and kind of can get himself out of most sticky situations, right? Like, there's not a whole lot of people when you go up against a Raider that he doesn't have an answer to. Like, if you're playing against a Kyoshin, or there's all guard people that want you to slap them so they can proc that all guard attack, you can soft feint into GB. You're playing against people that want to trade with you. He's the best at trading because he's got great hyper armor and great cleave. You're trying to outplay him or outmaneuver him. I mean, he could stick right up there with you with the soft feint, dodge lights. Can he be punished? Absolutely. If you can light parry, then you can punish him. But I mean, again, the average player isn't gonna be getting those stunning tap light parries, right? Like, those are hard reads, and you could be punished heavily for incorrectly making that read. So yeah, for me, he's definitely an S tier character. It's just very difficult for me to fight a decent Raider.
So I definitely can get behind what you and Bam have mentioned so far. What about you, Kutula? Anything to add to what they've already said?
Yeah, very high S. Again, Fates win games. Fire Flask and Fury combo will one-shot an entire team, no questions asked. The stunning tap is a enhanced light now. So even if that lands, even if you can block that, that's still not going to guarantee a free GB for your teammate. So he can combo a lot more and not be in his recoveries at all, allowing him to be a great staller because of that. So he's got great mix-up potentials even in anti-ganking situations, allowing him to like never really be hit out of anything or GB'd out of anything.
Yeah. Pretty much got an infinite combo if you can make an infinite combo with him.
Stampede charge. Stampede Charge can ledge
Mhm.
people for days and it can be set up perfectly. That's why he took over Warlord in the meta, because Warlord's Crushing Charge got nerfed to the
Mhm.
ground. So Stampede Charge is a great insta-kill ledge move as well. Raiders literally got everything you would want as a
For his
character
role.
for a team. And like, not only would I put him in S tier, if I was to make like a dream team, Raider would definitely be one of
Yeah.
those picks. 100%.
It's,
That's why we
Yeah,
it's
ran
that
him in our
on-brand
tournament.
mix-up too, you know? That zone
Mhm.
that can be feigted,
Mhm.
and it's unblockable, like, and it costs no stam. Like, an amazing mix-up that can be
Yeah.
applied anywhere in his combo, right? Like, kind of like
Yeah.
Nushi, where he can throw his zone mid, light or heavy combo, like,
Mhm.
and it catches people too. And if you don't want to pump fake it, I mean, it's an amazing team fight tool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
So I think
he's
he's
strong.
pretty solid being in S.
Mhm.
Definitely
Yeah,
not in front
I
of
think he
BP.
deserves to be S.
So
No, you don't. Okay. Yeah.
no, not in front of
Honestly,
BP.
I think
BP.
I think he's. It depends. I think for his role, I think he's better than VP. But I think VP also has in a one-on-one scenario. I hate fighting VP too, though.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right. So who's next?
Warlord.
Sir.
Warlord.
That's on my list anyway, sorry.
Are you good?
Whoever
You
wants
good?
to do what, Warlord or
Well, I started off. I mean,
I put.
Warlord. Yeah, bro. You want to go?
No. You're good.
I don't feel. I know. I know. As far as Warlord concerned, I know he has fallen out of the obviously comp scene and the meta more or less. But I don't feel like he's really all that bad. I think Warlord is still in a solid place. I would say high A. I think he has amazing feats. He's got damage feats, he's got deadly, he's got rush. He can get to a point fast if he needs to, whether it's defending or attacking. I think he's still got a great ganking tool, where his headbutt is confirmed damage, which is easy heavies for your teammates. I think his tier 2 Juggernaut or Bear Trap is nice. Toughest Nails is good for tier 3. Of course, you have your Fury and your Fire Flash, right? So his feats are absolutely phenomenal. I think also his perks are also up there. He'd be having a mental barrier, one of the best perks in the game, Bash It, as well as Bulk Up. So just that in comparison, he has amazing feats, he has amazing perks, and his kit really isn't all that bad. He's got clutch encounters from every side. He's got hyper armored heavies. He's
Hyper
got
armor kicks in at a relatively good time too.
it does. You could trade. You could start baiting people to trade properly with your heavies, which do damage. He
Yeah.
does decent damage. It's not like he's tripping away at you. Like his lights hit hard. His heavies hit really hard. He's got the guaranteed heavy off the guard break off the top, and then his sides are the ones that do cleave, but not really as much as you would expect as like a Raider would. But they can cleave if people are kind of standing relatively close to you. Um, yeah, other than that, I mean, it's pretty straightforward character.
His throw's pretty
He
good
just got
too.
it's got a great throw. He's got a dodgeable zone, which is great for catching people who are trying to run away, or trying to lock on back roll you. Um, he's got a forward dodge heavy that leads into a headbutt, which leads into a guaranteed light. So yeah, I think he's still a very solid hero. It would be high A for me.
All right. Like
I
in
agree with
front
that.
of Conk.
For the cock,
Mm,
uh,
I wouldn't put him in front of Conk. No.
No,
I
I
think
think
honestly, I think yes until Conk's rework, and then I would put it Conk in front. But I think just solely based on like his feats his feats basically would push him because as Gatul said, feats do
yeah.
win games, which they do. He just has better feats than Conk does, albeit they're probably the same perks, but feats do win games, and I think I think that's just basically why, personally.
Yeah. Yeah. The if we was talking about a 1v1 situation, definitely Conqueror over Warlord, but this is Warlord brings a lot more to the team than Conk does as far as like feats and hitboxes and hyper armor and stuff like that goes.
Performs
Yeah,
pretty much the
definitely
same
same.
role. You know, he could just sit there and all guard and be the
Mhm.
same
Yeah.
nuisance.
Yeah, they
And still
both can
has the
stall for
dash and
days.
headbutt.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah,
I'd say
I can
both
I
agree
do
with
like
that.
Konk's all guard better because he can
Right.
move with it, and you get a pretty good heavy off of it.
Yeah, but you're also putting out more sustained damage as Warlord than you probably are as Kong.
Mhm.
With you know, his ability to kind of hyper armor trade and crushing counter lights and stuff.
Yeah.
Yep, crushing
Um,
counter lights.
And the fact that you're repositioning
I don't think
people
his
as
hyper
well.
armor starts off as I'd want it to, obviously, because
His combo heavies.
Warlord's all I've been playing lately.
Yeah. His
He's
combo
a,
heavies hyper armor kicks in fast. His openers don't. I agree
Yeah.
with you there.
His openers, you really need to, shit or get off the toilet with his opener heavies. You know, it's really you gotta let it go or you're not. You know, so and that's basically you're basically warming somebody up. You know, maybe
right,
with lights, and then boom, all of a sudden it's an opening side heavy for
exactly.
27
And if
damage or whatever, whatever it
if
is.
that's as
So
strong
yeah,
as you get, though, then I'd put him at. He's still going to be an A for me, but I would put him in low A.
okay.
yeah, I think
What's the votes too?
my opinion on it was I agree that he's A. Personally, I think he fluctuates between B and A. For me, I don't really have too many issues with Warlord, but a lot of characters I play can kind of punish Warlord a bit easier. Um, I think his value in a team fight is pretty strong and definitely nothing to scoff at. But I think some of the newer characters that have come out have kind of shoved him down to the sides a bit.
His mobility is way
And
too
I
low.
and I could be ignorant too because I don't really play Warlord because I think his kit is just super simple. Um,
Very.
there's no really there's no finesse to it, so it doesn't appeal to me. But he has hyper armor, which is great. And he has crushing counters again, awesome. All guard, awesome. Great feats, great perks. So I think he's got everything he needs to have to be in an A tier character.
Yeah.
I think the average warlord that just starts picking him up though is probably more B tier. So yeah, I'll put him in A personally. I vote for A.
All right. We'll just stay at A. We'll put him below Konk.
Okay. Be fine. All right.
All I've been playing is
Zerky.
Warlord lately. I feel that.
I like playing him myself. All right, who's next?
Berserker.
The Jerker.
All
That's
right.
Bam and Crow's alley.
Yeah.
Well, for me, I think he's the second best assassin in the game. As I
Yep.
said earlier, the third was Glad. To me, as I play mostly assassins. If you guys don't know, a lot of my reps are on assassins. Orochi, Shaman, Berserker, etc., etc. Yeah, second best assassin in the game. I think, especially for a team fight. I mean, he has 400 MS lights, which are unreactable, whether you're on console or PC. So it's strictly you're basically entering a mind game as you feed your heavy into your lights. It's always going to be a 50-50 whether whichever side it's going to come. If not, you can always go into a guard break. He has damage. His heavies hit hard as fuck. His unblockable, can be easily accessed. You can backstep light into unblockable. You can, which does a lot of damage. His deflect is probably one of the better ones in the game. The fact that you can just instantly deflect somebody and get a guaranteed guard break, which leads into your heavies, which leads into your hyper armored heavies. I think his feats are great. Just being that he has the Viking feats, Fury, Fire Flash, obviously best feats in the game. Some of them. You have tier 2 feats are kind of lackluster, but if people are stupid enough to stand in the Doom Matter, if you're running that, Berserker can actually shred teams with Doom Matter, Revenge with Doom Matter, Fury. Executioner's Spite is also okay on him. Bounty Hunter is great on him. I think he lacks a little bit on perks, but he has your basic assassin perks. That Hunter Endurance is always usually the go-to Devour. Other than that, I mean, he's just he's a phenomenal hero. I think you can box with him a lot more, being that you can hyper armor trade with your lights and heavies. He's got great mix of potential. You can cancel also your recoveries. which is seems to be Ubisoft's new thing with all these new heroes is canceling recoveries, which I personally think is amazing because it makes the game flow a lot better, rather than
Yeah.
okay, I'll attack once and then wait, or I'll attack and then you go and then I'll go. It's a lot more flowy to it. I really like the recovery cancels on attacks and stuff like that. Yeah. So yeah, he's probably tier wise, I would say probably high A if high A if not like low S, but I would say high A like more. I'm leaning more towards high A, like really at the top of A.
Okay.
Yep. From one Zerker to another, I say Bam said it all, baby. I'm gonna be honest with you. That deflect is mean. He does have high damage heavies. He doesn't need an armor breaking deflect because his deflect is a fucking guard break. He has hyper armor on his heavy, on his cancel, and then on the follow up attack. And the follow up attack is obviously it's pretty fucking unreactable. Has two different unblockables that both have hyper armor. Yeah, they're at the end of the chain, but you've got hyper armor going through this whole thing. And fainted to a guard break or a light or whatever you're going to do, and then let it fly. Say somebody dodges it. Well, you just canceled your recovery with a dash, and guess what? You threw an attack. Now that's a free deflect. Now it's a free heavy. I'd say that it sucks he doesn't have an opener. But honestly, with everything that he has and backstep lights being as abundant as they are in the game nowadays, you don't need one. You don't need one when it comes to Zerker because he has the most damaging zone in the game, I believe. And his zone combos, obviously not counting Raider. Raider's a different fucking breed when it comes to his zone. My man's zone is something out of this world. But he combos in with his zone. It's just I think nothing really needs to be more said on the subject on the lines of Raider. It can on Berserker. It can really suck going against somebody who's turtling as Berserker, but eventually, with all that hyper armor and all that canceling, you're gonna hit him with one thing, and one thing will always lead to another when it comes to Zerker.
So personally, I think Zerker is an S tier assassin, pretty much similar to the Shinobi, if when we get to that one. But my main reasons why is he's got high damage values, hyper armor, easily probably the most hyper armor in the game.
Sure.
He's got undodgeables that will catch people. He's got unblockables, and he's got great recovery cancels that could be used to his advantage to open people up. I mean, I've seen not every Zerker does it, but a lot of times you'll see a good Zerker will initiate by whiffing like a forward dodge heavy, a forward dodge light, and then they'll use that recovery cancel to get them into a deflect. It's very hard, even if you're a good player, to light parry a Zerk with how often they're changing things up in different directions. So it's very easy for them to kind of bamboozle you. A lot of it comes down to they just have really high damage, and they can sit in the middle of it. So like they're good at pulling someone off to the side and catching someone that's running between points and killing them, but they're also really good at sitting in the middle of the team fight and dealing damage and kind of jumping in and out between people with all the hyper armor that they have. And then you got Viking feats. So personally, it's an S tier. I could see maybe low S into A, similar to Bam's high A, low S. I don't think he's better than Raider or BP. But as an assassin, is a lot more tools than other assassins have. So, I think he's the only assassin really that actually has true hyper armor, or as much hyper armor as he does. So
let me ask you mentioned BP there for a second. Let me tell me why the fuck Zerker can throw a heavy and cancel into a light, and from the time he threw the heavy and canceled the light, if BP goes for a flip, you're gonna eat that flip. Tell me why that.
We know.
There's a reason why BP is at S right now.
Somebody's been flipped a couple times.
Let me revert back to Cthulhu. I have questions.
No, it's it's a good insight though, right? Because it's good insight because as I think our group has a very wide variety of the heroes that we main, and so from Cthulhu's point of view, being most of his game time's probably on BP. He
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
sees the flaws a lot easier than what we do, right? Like just like I'm sure
Yes.
you guys playing Raider, for me, I blow Raider out of proportion because it's just a nightmare. I'm sure
Yes.
there are ways to deal with Raider. It's just very hard. So against someone who mains him, he may have a different perspective of those weaknesses.
Yeah.
I just want to get to that. I want that to be laid out for when we hit
Yeah.
the Shinobi portion of
This
it.
is all a pretense. So when we get to Pirate, he's reads his book of knowledge that he can put down.
Yeah, I just want. Yeah, we're all gonna have different weaknesses, but don't you ever come at me fucking sideways if like we're gonna lay out different weaknesses, like Bash is against Warlord or undodgeables against this person, but also this. If your only weakness is BP is GB, fuck you. You've got one weakness. Don't you fucking come at me? And that weakness can easily be countered. Fuck you.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah. So back to Berserker. I personally think he's S tier. What about you, Angel Cthulhu?
I think he's definitely no. I like him where he's at right now, just because he's just constantly in your face. He's so aggressive, and it's all hyper armor. Yeah, he doesn't have an undodgeable, right?
No.
He does.
No.
No, he does.
Oh yeah, his side dodge light.
His side dodge light.
Oh
He's
shit!
just
Okay.
imperative to
And that
fucking the
shit
game up
fucking-
there.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's okay, but it's still it connects. It'll
it
connect.
does.
Sound
You can't tell me that that's the easiest thing to parry his side dodge light when you give me shit about Pirate's side dodge heavy. All right, you can't have it like that.
I can and I will. But
I'll tell
Don't
you
worry
the
about. We'll
timings
get
on
there.
this
You'll say your
before-
piece.
So, do you guys think he's
will.
better than who he's above right now, like Conk, Warlord, and Glad?
yeah.
They're different roles too, though.
Yeah.
Okay, for what they're doing,
He's
yeah.
better than Glad. Better than Glad.
He's better than Glad. Yeah.
Yeah, he's better than Glad.
So
That's
is he
what
better
Conk
at
and
his
Warlord
job than Conk and Warlord are at their job?
I think Zerk is definitely the top of A personally.
Top of a low
Assassins.
for assassin.
I think Zerk is
Yeah.
who gives Zerk big issues. It's definitely not any of those people
It's not
on the
another
A tier
assassin.
right now.
For sure.
No.
Yeah.
He should rip through most other assassins, albeit maybe except for Shinobi, but that's another story. But like outside of that, you have the hyper armor to be able to train. You have the hyper armor to train with anybody of the cast. I mean, really, if not, you have your unblockables as well that you can target swap. He has good range on those. I mean, these. I don't think you could really put him better than higher than like Conqueror Warlord, but like as an assassin, as like the tier list of assassins, there's only one other person that's better than him.
Right. So
And
and
he still have his feats too, right? He still has fire.
And
Flask.
especially with feats, exactly with
Terror
your feats, you
Radius
end up getting
Fury.
animate.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fury Flash in itself, that's it. That's all you need. That's 3G. On top of you're already playing. So yeah, I think he's high A if not low S.
here, Cthulhu, what do you seem like you need to say something?
Well, yeah, I was gonna say I think he goes below Warlord. Me personally, for 2 points. 2 points here, 2 separate points. He's an assassin for one, and he's got reflex guard. Those are 2 different points.
I was racist. Just because he's an assassin.
See, that's something along the lines. What I wanted to bring up is because there are characters who can do what assassins are supposed to do. Run around and gank. There are characters that can do that.
See, he's got great feats, like we talked about. But he's an assassin.
Yeah,
You've
'cause,
got to
like-
play every match perfectly to get all your feats unlocked with a bunch of kills and stuff like that. So
But
that's
it's not
what
hard to
hurts
get
him.
those.
Well, I don't know. There are a lot of
Berserker.
times Bam's like, I'm popping off and I'm an assassin. Oh, I don't even have my 4th feat yet. And he's like, he always says like, oh, it's an
Because
assassin,
it's
an
based off of
assassin.
kills in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you have to go on
Pre renown change. Yeah, pre renown change for Dominion absolutely
Yeah.
sucks getting feats. You could go 15-1 and only have 2 feats to 3 feats. It's absolutely fucked.
That must have been one of
yes.
those canceled memories out of my head. I don't
But
remember those.
it
'cause I
doesn't seem like that.
Oh yeah,
It doesn't
tons
seem
of
like an issue anymore.
Like
Though.
that.
Like
no,
I
no,
could,
because
I
it's
could
been
do average
normalized.
on
Yeah.
Shinobi and still get
Your
you know,
fourth
all my
feet.
stuff up and running. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. By
Um,
end of the match, or more than likely with the changes, you'll have all four of your feats. That just
Right.
catered to the casual base, and then not even just that, but just that Assassin Renown was just fucked already in the first place. On top of the
yeah.
having the reflex guard, which already puts you at a disadvantage, being that you have to constantly spam in the direction if you're getting hit or you're getting whatever the case would be. So yes, reflex guard is a hindrance, but it's also a hindrance to all the other assassins, but not
Right.
the
Yeah.
ones that are
Absolutely.
hybrids who are assassin-esque, like aka
Yes.
like
Yeah.
pirates or
Or these
Pirate. Yeah.
like
Because she's
shit
not
is
a
like
is
that.
she
priestess.
honestly like I think War Mommy can do what Zerk needs to do or an assassin needs to do. I feel like she can free roam as is. And
But I think
I
Zerg could
think
be
her
more
feats
aggressive about it.
I think her feats,
Yeah.
me personally, are better than Zerg's. Just her unique feats.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I agree
So
with that.
like
To
she, not
extent,
only can she
actually.
run or run
'Cause-
around to each point, but she can gank, she can anti-gank, she can
Mm-hmm.
play all the positions, she can clear mid. She's not I don't think she's that terrible at mid. I don't know. I don't play a lot of War
Well,
Mommy.
here's things to keep in mind, though. First of all, I think what most Zerkers take Bounty Hunter, right? That's the thing
Yeah.
they have.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
one, if Zerk is doing his role, he has to sustain there. War Mommy cannot sustain, even with that corruption perk that gives her health on it. I mean, it's not like every time that perks up, you're getting you're getting use of her perks. Like you really you're sometimes you're sitting on her feet. I'm sorry, you're sitting on her feet for that right moment to use them because you're not going to just pop it off corruption every time it's up in a one-on-one or a one-on-two because you know someone's going to just easily run away from it. Like a lot of times you kind of have to be able to hold people in a position to take full use of it. Whereas with Zerk, I think he moves around the map faster because he's an assassin. So he's going to get from point A to point C faster than War Mommy will. And a lot of times, in my opinion, especially against someone that's turtling, Zerk's going to have the easier time because he has more hyper armor to trade, more unblockables to use. And then the fact that he has a reflex guard sucks, but he also has dodge recovery, cancel recoveries. So he can get into deflex a little bit easier than some of the other assassins that lack that aspect. And he can play a bit more aggressive because he has the hyper armor. So that's why I view like I'm way more frustrated fighting a Zerk than I ever am fighting a War Mommy because yeah, she
I'm
has
100%.
scared of
enhanced
her
lights.
feats. That's it.
Yeah, but again, like her feats aren't always going to be active in a fight. Like that's stuff that's
Right. Yeah.
to me at towards the end of the game, whereas Zerk is consistent, kind of like Conqueror is throughout the entire match. But then he also has these great feats, so he's even better at the end of the match. Even if he isn't even doing that great, he's still probably going to have his fourth feat if he's playing on average, right? Because it feels like most
Right.
games, if you're getting a couple kills, you like he may not have them immediately like War Mommy would, but he's probably going to get a fire flask off. That could
I think
win the game.
I think it speaks for itself. Where I'm going to say this is going to be my own personal preference. Bam's obviously probably not going to feel the same. Some other people might not. But there's a reason. I may have a rep 43 monk, fucking 70 Highlander. But if somebody makes me mad enough, wholeheartedly, there was a while there where I was like, all right, fuck this, get the run back. I'm going to pull out Zerker. I'd pull Zerker out over those two because it held true. Because he can trade, he can hold down a point if you want because the hyper armor alone, he can run because of his speed and because of his feats. I think much like when Bam first said it, and then when I went to speak, I said Bam said it all. I think wholeheartedly he is second best assassin in the game. I think he is phenomenal. I think he holds shit down in all areas, no matter what he is. He may be an assassin, but the only thing that makes him an assassin, in my opinion, is the reflex guard. His hyper armor is unmatched. His lights are unmatched. His fucking feats are up there with everybody else's. And the health and the perks and it's just everything ties in with a fucking bow on top and a raider scream at the end of it. You can't tell me anything different. This man is a monster.
His zone's
And for
pretty
someone
deadly
like
too.
him, yeah,
Zone
and
is
so
His
he's gonna
tracks.
he gets full use of Bounty Hunter. It's kind of like PK, not PK, but Pirate. Like I mean,
But
it's
Pirate.
not
It actually
hard for him
works.
to get. It's not hard for him to get executes off either, which just make Bounty Hunter even better because you're getting health on top of the execute. Like you're not finishing everyone with a light like you are with like PK or some of the other assassins out there. So
Yeah.
yeah,
So,
I think that's sustain game is way better than Warmonger.
High
when
A.
it comes to-
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
high
I'd say
A, no,
high A.
that's for sure.
High
You
A,
guys agree?
yeah.
You right there is fine.
Yeah,
Yep.
Top A so far. All right, cool.
I think top 8 personally.
Next up,
It needs to be a Cthulhu
Valkyrie.
guitar riff at the end of every session, every hero. A quick little.
I got you. Hold on, where's my pick? I got you.
doing Valk.
Yeah,
Valkyrie.
I think she needs help.
Muff again.
I think
Yeah, I've got some time on Valk. I think on paper she has an amazing kit, but I think in actual like gameplay, it's very hard to maximize her kit, and you relies on like really like high APM type stuff. Like her all guard can guarantee a guard break only if you cancel out of it immediately as you're hit. You know, and like so those are things I don't think an average player on Valk will do. Her sweep is awful in team fights because it just hits everyone that you don't want it to hit, and
Yeah.
it somehow still manages to miss your target. Like I don't know if they've done something recently to her, but I was playing Valk a little bit before Pirate released, and I was in duels at this time too, right? So you don't really have to worry about the distance that someone's away from you. And I got to her sweep, you know, I hit the second heavy or the first heavy, and I was going into sweep, and the sweep didn't connect, even though the person's right in front of me. It made it look like it's almost as if I stood backwards to deliberately miss the fucking sweep, and this was happening multiple times. It wasn't just a one-off situation. So I think she's probably a C or D, maybe a C, but she's probably getting close.
First
to
one
D.
to say D. Oh, man.
The only reason I'd put her in D is her feats are awful, in my opinion. Like
She's
they
got
really
Fire
rely
Flask,
you-
that's
rely-
it.
She has Fire Blast, but then everything
Sharp
else
Blade don't mean
relies
shit.
you. Like if you want to use Bloodlust, you have to get a kill with her, and you know even then she kind of has somewhat low damage on her lights and her first heavy. So even then, it's not like she's not like Zerk or someone where they're rapidly getting kills back to back. You know, like
Yeah.
she really has to work for a kill, and even then, like it's really easy to avoid her heavies because they come out so slow and at such a wide arc.
Yeah.
But she can soft feign him.
Oh wow.
All into a bash, like shit and revenge.
Super
Yeah, and
easy
again,
to
like
read.
there's certain things about her that I think could go in her favor. Like she has crush and counter lights, but only in like the very startup of the light. It feels like very small window.
Oh, that's what I always thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's nowhere like Highlander. Like you go against a Highlander or against a Warlord.
Oh, I'm so
Highlander.
The crush and counter.
Oh, Highlander Crush and Cutter is
The
my whole life,
DP.
baby.
Yeah,
Start
so-
the
We're
finish.
getting to him.
Yeah.
We're getting to him.
Yeah. So yeah, she doesn't have a whole lot going for her though. Like I think they need to redo her perks, redo her feats,
You need
and
to
then
redo
maybe
her
add
as a
in some
whole.
undodgeables. Yeah, I would like to see an undodgeable heavy or something, but
Mm.
until she gets touched,
Yeah.
she's definitely a D or a C going into D. as a character.
Because she doesn't
she
have
can be
no
great.
hyper armor either.
No hyper armor, no undodgeables, no unblockables.
Oh, ugh.
She
Yep.
has a soft feint bash. She
She doesn't unblock, it's the sweep
her
or the
first-
bash.
So, who? I mean, she does have the
Her
bash,
first-
but it's in combo.
But I mean, in
Yeah.
combo, and that's the only good thing. But even then, like you're poking people for like 12 damage lights after a bash, and then
yeah.
it's very underwhelming. You're not killing anyone quick with Valk.
No.
Yeah.
And you're not
She's very
getting any-
1v1 slow paced character.
What's her
Yeah,
role, you
exactly.
think? Roamer?
A roamer. for
Toilet.
sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Flush
She's
top.
yeah.
She's a shit.
I'd probably even honestly now think about more. I'd lean her more towards D. I think a good Valk could be really good, right? In a one-on-one situation, like they're making all these reads on you, but then so can a lot of other characters.
Yeah,
are similar
that's
to
a
Valk,
different list.
And it's like if played right,
That's
Valk
a- yeah.
would be good. It's like but
If
like
played sweaty.
if played right,
Yeah.
even Monk is good, but comparing to the other cast,
She doesn't
it's
team fight
underwhelming.
at all.
Thanks for mentioning me.
Yeah.
You know.
She's a more of a debuff in a team fight, honestly.
I
I
agree
mean-
with
she
Buff.
brings the
I think
rest of the
she's
team
D.
Yeah. Does anybody
I think she's a
disagree?
D,
No.
low C.
Kinda, yeah.
What do you think? Tula S tier?
I want to give her a little bit of love and say C. All right.
C.
Just
I mean,
because
I
you
think
feel
C-
bad because we all want to put her in D that's not a reason you put her in C.
No, she does have wide sweeping heavy attacks that are great hitboxes for team fights. All right.
But they're not
Her soft
unblockable.
fate bash. So
Say.
BPs aren't unblockable unless you.
He
make
has
them.
one though,
He has
Yeah.
one.
He has
and
access.
it's undodgeable. Hers isn't.
And undodgeable.
Raider doesn't have one unless you wanted to.
He's got.
Unless you want him to, you can't say
Unless
he
you want
doesn't.
to.
Yeah, they have access to this. She doesn't.
What do you mean? It's like saying, well, Muff
know what,
doesn't have
Tula?
undodgeables. Well, unless he wants to.
All right, so
I don't have that Lambo outside. Well, unless I want to.
wide hitting heavies. The bash that can be triggered from the first heavy that you throw, and can confirm heavies as well.
Fuck Valk.
She's got like Muffin says, she does have a great kit. She just lacks a few things to she needs some love, but she does have a lot of great things in her kit. I say C because just
Truly compare though to the rest of your options out there. What is Valk bringing into a domination match that some of these other characters cannot bring in?
Outside of
she
her
can
to
clear
me-
mids. She can clear mid pretty decently.
Decent
Alright.
though, not that great. Like there's other. I would rather take Nuxia to clear mid, and Nuxia sucks at mid than Valk because you're wasting so much stam. And for how wide her swing is, you're really hitting like 2 or 3 minions at a time. Like it's not that impressive.
Okay, her gank bashes confirm a lot of heavies.
Needs a lot of revenge. A lot of revenge on her. And
I
the other
don't know
thing
what's
about
up with her
sweeping,
sweep. I don't know what's up with her sweep, but if you sweep teammates, a lot of the times you don't. It doesn't give you the guaranteed follow-up.
Yeah,
heavy.
yeah, exactly.
I swept a guy the other day, didn't get the follow-up heavy, but still threw a heavy, and he got up and parried my ass. I was so pissed.
kit doesn't even work.
I was like, this is fucking dumb. I'm never playing Valk. I have a rep 10. but
She does
still,
have crushing counters
10 reps
and
of prize.
deflex.
Yeah,
Yeah,
crushing
yeah.
counters. We want to argue about crushing counters. She's got crushing counters. Let's go. All right, that should be C
She does
enough. That
crushing
should be
counters
enough
a good
for C.
plus. And she
That
does
should be
have
enough for
and
C
she can guard break off off of a deflect like Kensei can. She doesn't have to go
Boom.
for the shoulder pin. So to that extent, I mean, yeah. But have you tried deflecting with Valk? Because
It's
it's, a
a
nightmare.
small window. It's
Yeah, her
a
crushing
small
counters suck. Her
window.
deflex suck. She can do it, but they suck.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
horrible.
And then you
The
think
crushing
about
counter
anyone
seems
else
like
that
the
could
same
deflect.
window.
No,
No,
oh
Joel,
no! I can
was
play
always-
Warlord and
I
crushing
was-
counter all day versus Valk. I get
Oh, yeah.
frustrated every single time. Any of you have been
I
in
can
a
see
party
crushing
with me
counter.
when I try to play Valk, I bitch about that all the time.
I mean, I
was-
get a
Fine,
lot
y'all
of
wanna put
crushing
her-
counters when I play Valk personally, but I feel like if I had played Highlander or Warlord, I'd get more.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Fine,
I
you
play
wanna put her in
Highlander,
D, go
Warlord,
for it.
and Valk. I play all 3 of these characters, and I can easily say, out of all the crushing counters in the game, Valk's is the worst. And I would put her deflect even up there with one
Okay.
of the worst. It's
So here it
probably
is. So
better.
for her superior block on light openers is active between 100 and 300 ms. Yeah.
Highlanders is 800 MS on his lights. What's up, bitch?
Okay, so ask this question: Do any of you think that any of the cast is D tier? You don't have to say who. Just do you think there are D
I
tier
was about to-
characters?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I think there are D tier characters.
Okay, so
2 of them.
is Valk better than them for
No,
what they need
yes.
to do?
Valk's one of them for me. I think
Well,
it's among
well
the top,
done.
personally.
Well done.
Yeah.
Out of all the
Oh,
D tier
Nuxia,
characters, I
actually,
feel like
fine.
Valk is one of the best D tiers.
Okay, so
that-
she could be
if that's
top
the
of D.
case.
We're on top of my
Okay,
D,
fine.
but
She
she's
is
top of
top.
D.
I agree. I agree with you two on that one. I'll be okay if she was even at C. 'Cause
Yeah, I'm
doesn't
totally
seem to
fine
be
with
like
big
too
C
many.
as well.
Yeah, Valkyrie's
I
better
could
than
I could
Monk,
see
yeah.
her at C for sure. I
I
don't
can
think
see her
she's
fluctuate.
D is like basically don't pick at all, right? Like why would you even play this hero? Right? Like my eyes was what D tier is. Like C, you could like kind of still bring a little bit, something, whether it's with a bash, a heavy, or whatever the case is. At least you have something like that. But yeah, I can see her at C.
Yeah.
For sure.
All right.
but definitely not
Becomes
higher than that.
Firefly.
She's gonna be way
Yeah,
down here.
so
Okay,
way
so
high.
Yeah, you have your feet. So I mean, all Vikings should be, more or
Okay,
less.
we'll give that
at
to her.
least C with that, right? With just feet wise, because it's a
Bottoms.
4v4.
that was
Yeah,
that was
so
funny
bottom,
though.
Bottom C. Bottom C.
Okay,
It's
that was good
awful.
comedy.
Though.
All right, so who's next?
Ron, your Highlander.
Oh, let's
Oh,
hear
let
it,
me-
Mr.
let me hit-
Phantom
Yeah, let's
Rage.
hear
Give me
this
this beer.
bullshit.
Oh yeah. Hang
Let me
on, here
fucking-
we go.
You hear that rubbish?
His
Yeah,
voice speaks great because you can kill teammates.
yeah,
Because I'm literally the fucking pawn anytime I'm around. This
yeah.
guy.
He apologizes though. He's like, "Hey, sorry for this," and then cast it.
I always either say I'm sorry or
Yeah.
for the greater good before
Yes,
I say
he does.
If you survive, I'm proud of you. Some people may disagree. Some people may agree. I'm gonna say Highlander is mid B to top C.
Oof.
Yeah, we're
I
gonna have
would-
some disagreements here, bud.
I
Oh,
would say
it's gonna be
he is
spicy.
way lower. He is way lower than a lot of the cast. And I'm not going to offend any of you right now. We're talking about people who are casual at the game. People who aren't. I've got a fucking boner while I'm playing right
I
now.
agree.
Yeah, we're talking
Yeah.
about standardized
I
people
agree.
here. Standardized people, if we're talking about that sense, that's what puts them in B. We're talking high tier people like us, that's what puts them at top C. Because if played to his max potential, you're me, baby. You're me all day. Fucking-
Yeah,
but
you're right.
if he's not, we're talking about casual gameplay. There's a lot of things that Highlander is one of the most damaging characters in the game, hands down. If you don't know how to dodge a kick to grab, you fucking die. If you eat a spear storm, regardless of whose team you're on, you're going to fucking
Gotta throw that one in there. Huh?
There's a lot of sense of Highlander that makes him strong, but there's a fuck ton that makes him dog water. I do not have an undodgeable. I have some of the slowest heavies in the game. My heavy cancel is halfway through my fucking 1200 MS heavy.
It is
My
slow.
hyper armor it's decent. The only things that keep him really strong right now are kick to grab, and his light spam. His crushing counters are fucking phenomenal, best in the game, hands down. His offensive lights, phenomenal, best in the game. But I can't block. I am lighted out of my kicks a lot of the times. A lot of times you'll be traded. BP can light you out of your kicks. And he doesn't even have phenomenal lights. Yeah, he has crushing counters. There's a lot of things that counter Highlander. And obviously, like you said before, you've got time on these characters. You see what counters them. And I would say that is a determining factor. But really, whenever you start tallying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fucking different things that counter me, I think it's starting to become a little abundant. I'm the slowest goddamn character in the game, bitch.
Yeah, baby leg.
I can't run to A and C between 30-minute span. It's not gonna happen. I wouldn't even know where to place Highlander when I play him. I don't think I'm a B main. I don't think I'm a hold down a point main. I don't think I'm a roaming main. I think it's play him where you think you can make him fit, because he is not the greatest. He is a ganker, though. He is a ganker. He may feed revenge if somebody's fucking guard breaking and kicking. Don't do that. But throwing heavies and feigning them or randomly throwing an unblockable chunk in does a fuck ton. His feats are phenomenal. Well, not phenomenal. His feats are mid, as well as his anti-gank potential. Yeah, his heavies may be slow, but heaven forbid I get revenge and you eat a kick. You're going to take half your health. That's just that's what he is.
Shinobi, it's
He's
all his
high
health.
damage.
Wait,
I'm never going to catch a Shinobi, though. Fucking heaven forbid.
question. If you do your kick, that's an unblockable heavy follow-up, right?
Yes, if it catches.
Yeah. Then that guarantees another kick, right?
No.
I swear I have been fucking juggled.
That's what
I've been
completely,
kicked. I've
you
been
completely rebrought up my
heavied,
original
kicked,
point.
heavied, kicked, heavied. And it's not fun.
You brought up my original point. Now, I'm going to say this again. I'm not here to offend any of you. You are all phenomenal players. But much like what somebody just quoted the other day, and I could not have said it in better term, Highlander is not the best. He's not trash. He's kind of dog shit in some ways. If you are getting rolled by Highlander, you need to get good. If you're getting rolled, in casuals, if you're getting rolled
Okay,
by
I was about to say, I so
in casuals.
disagree.
Yeah, in casuals, if you're getting rolled by him against a mid-tier, somebody who's only going to throw fucking Celtic curses at you and only going to throw kick,
Oh yeah.
then you deserve to fucking just get good, buddy. It's just what it is. And high-level gameplay, I'm rep 70 Highlander. I'll hold that wholeheartedly. I play my fucking part very goddamn well. But against against Muffins, against JJ, boyo, you better take some Viagra and cocaine if you're going into that fight, because you better make them reach. You better going to fuck you up. Let me tell you, if you're fighting any sort of mobile character, you're going to get fucked up.
Yeah.
You have to be making
Yeah, I
perfect
agree with
reads.
that.
You better have a goddamn
sense.
Bible in your hand and read that motherfucker, because you better make reads, or else you're going to get thraxed.
Yeah, I'm not terrified of
Yeah.
Highlander, really.
I think
Yeah, I agree.
playing an assassin or playing somebody with sub 120 type of health. I think fighting Highlander is absolutely brutal. Taking 3 hits and dying is not fun. Because it could just be anything. Whether you dodge a kick, you get grabbed. You think he's not gonna go, then he's throwing unblockable 35 damage. Or get light heavies. And then for some reason, always only on reflex guard heroes, you get double lighted, and then you see the heavy coming, you're spamming the fucking direction, and you just eat that heavy. So boom, that's 60 health from you right there. You know what I mean? Let alone now, that's just starting off the fight. And it's just like, yeah. So Highlander against assassins, at least most of the class, absolutely brutal. He has the hyper armor. I would place him exactly the same way. I think he's not trash. Also, I don't think he's god tier either. I think his phantom range needs to be looked at.
Yeah.
He definitely has a lot of phantom range with his lights and heavies and shit. It's a little fucky, but outside of that, he's just a very midish character. I think you can cleave really well with him. If you're in a team fight and people just kind of leave you alone and you're just sitting in the back, throwing unblockables, target swapping unblockables on people and kicking them unblockable, you're gonna demolish that team rather quickly. So
Yeah.
I think he's in a tough place to kind of a couple tweaks and he can be really, really strong, and then a couple nerfs and he could just be absolutely even more ass than he is now. So they have to be very careful with him. But yeah, outside of that, yeah, I completely agree with Bro.
Yeah, I can agree. I could see him being B tier, but personally, I see him be B flexing up to A, and only because, only because like a decent, or not even a decent, I would say there's two kind of Highlanders. You're either good at Highlander or you're not. And then when you're good at Highlanders, so there's two different kinds of play styles for those Highlanders. You have ones that evade everything with his dodge recoveries. And then you have ones that just not put out a shit ton of pressure. So I think he has the potential to tiptoe into A if played right. But he definitely has the damage, right? Like he could get rid of someone in a fight quickly. Granted, he has heavy stam usage on his stuff, so it's not like he can keep it going forever. Like he has to play smart.
Kick to grab to
and he's I think he's, for me, like I like to play what I think are technical characters, but Highlander's too technical for me with his offensive stance and balancing between all that. So I think it takes someone that is good at the game to bring out Highlander.
Thanks, babe.
So for that, I think he's B tier, but a good Highlander has the tools to fuck your day up. Like he can make some good reads and really punish you if you're slacking in a way. And I've fought a lot of good Highlanders, so I say B personally. Yeah.
All right, Cthulhu.
Yeah, I agree with Ron. I'd say around B tier, mid B.
Like
the character is just like so. Probably one of the hardest characters to play in the game, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Thanks, baby.
Yeah, definitely one of the hardest characters to play in the game. If you play Highlander, honestly, you should just stay Highlander because his playstyle is so different from every other character in the game. And me personally, I don't have a single rep in Highlander, but when I play Highlander, I've got to change up my control scheme to play Highlander. I gotta put
Yeah.
my dodge
Yeah.
on the left thumbstick click so I can abuse his wave dash, which is probably his best move, honestly, is dodge cancels in offensive
They did nerf
stance.
it. They did nerf it.
Yeah. Oh, they did nerf it? Okay.
Yeah.
I did not know that. I did not
So,
know that. Okay.
where would you guys stick him at in B? Because I agree with everything you guys have said so far. I don't really have anything to add. He's got good feats, good perks. I'm not saying great, but they're good.
Definitely
I put
above
him right where you
Lawbringer.
have him right now. I didn't know. Me personally, I do not think
I think
he's
he's.
above Lawbringer.
I would rather fight a Gryphon than a Highlander personally. I think he's between Gryphon and Lawbringer, but
Yeah, absolutely.
that's
I
me.
agree.
I don't think he's better than Cent. In some areas, I think Cent's a little bit better.
Yeah.
Kind
Yeah.
of. But
Yeah, mid B.
Gryphon, yeah, I think he's better than Gryphon personally.
I don't think he's bad. That's my problem is I don't think, because like you said, I get the nooks and crannies. Highlander's follow-up kick after a dodge is only guaranteed if the follow-up attack from the person is 400 MS or faster, or 433 and faster, as well as kick to grab is automatically canceled by Lawbringer shove, as well as kick is automatically canceled by Law Daddy shove. So all I can do is light spam against Law Daddy. He gets a parry. That's a free blind and a heavy.
Yeah.
Oh, I throw a slow heavy. That's a guaranteed heavy to a wall. Yeah, that's the only
Yeah, but
thing.
your pressure in a team fight, in my opinion, is way higher
Better. Yeah.
as a Highlander, because Law Daddy is going to be slow to the fact that he has to wait for a parry to get you into the wall, and then or he has to wait till you're out of stand to go for his max punish. Like those are the aspects of Law Daddy that make him strong. But his mix-up game is terrible. Meanwhile, here you have crushing counter, light
I
spam,
had your
and
12
Highlander
lights.
coming over. With high damage heavies that can be let from neutral as unblockables if he's on offensive stance, and then he has the kick, which he could just target swap, kick you, hit you with the heavy. So like I think in a team fight, he's harder to fight against, especially so much cleave, and and then you can also target swap his what's it called?
Celtic Curse.
Celtic Curse
shit,
Which is
so
mean.
and which I am at, yes. So I just think he's more active in a team fight than Lawbringer.
Yeah,
And even
100%.
Gryphon.
More active, yes.
Mhm.
I will say, I apologize. That is my mistake. I was taking it from a forgot single pick Dom. I was reverting back to 1v1ing Law Daddies rather than
dueling.
from a team.
In
Yeah,
a dueling
but
sense, it
it's
can be
hard.
difficult. 100%,
It's hard. Sometimes it's hard, but yeah, I will say in a Dom perspective, Highlander.
It definitely takes a
special
special
more
kind of
often
person
or
to
not.
play Highlander, though.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
This
me,
fucking
like,
tug on Ron's dick day. Hell yeah, baby. Let's just
Yeah.
for the rest of the night.
yeah.
Let's
I mean,
tear
it's how I
Highlander
felt
tomorrow.
playing Shinobi before his buff, right? Like, you had the ranged heavies are
Have
very
to be
punishable, so it's like I had to play differently.
Yeah.
Very technical character.
Yeah.
Highlander's crazy.
So we're good right here, or do you want me moving
Yeah,
up
I'm
in
good
front of
there.
Gryphon?
I'm fine with that.
I'm good right there.
All right.
I
Next.
don't think it matters too much.
Yeah.
Next, bam, your shaman.
Me?
There you go.
Yeah, Shaman.
Go for it.
All right. So
Let's take
I
a
am
piss while Bam speaks.
I'm a rep 70 Shaman. Was top 5
70.
Shaman. Yeah, I'm rep 70 Shaman. I was top 5 Shaman on the For Honor tracker, which it came out. Probably somewhere now within the top 100 Shamans on console. I just get out to say right away her feats. She has Valkyrie feats, so right away she's up there for team. She can provide some decent team fighting abilities with Fury Fire Flash. She has a stealth, makes her very sneaky. She's got rush. She's already fast as hell. She doesn't necessarily need the rush, but if you want to run it, you can. And Flesh Wound and Bear Trap and Executioners for her second tier feats are all meh, and her perks are just kind of basic assassin perks. As far as her as a whole, I'd have to place her honestly after many hours, which is unfortunate because I love the hero. I think she's awesome. I would say she's a B tier assassin, strictly because of with all the reworks and how the meta has been and how For Honor has evolved over the course of her release. I think she just has fallen off. She's got amazing chase. If you're using her as a ganker, not as a ganker. I'm sorry, as a chasing low health targets because they're running to heal or whatever the case is. She'll catch almost anybody, just about anybody in the game. She has great mix-ups in terms of her bleed, applying her bleeds, being that she can now that they buffed her and she can apply her beat with bleeds at same MS on each direction now. So that's phenomenal. I think her unblockable, getting to her unblockable mix-up, being that you can like backstep light into her unblockable is great, but it's not hyper armored. It's the damage is good, but it's also just very interruptible. You could just whenever you see a shaman do it, you can basically just slide her out of it, and then that's that. She does have soft feints, which are great, out of her heavy. So it's really phenomenal. But just overall, she just feels like it doesn't feel like if you play another hero or albeit another assassin, whether it's Zerk or the other one that we'll get to later on, it just feels like that you could just be bringing somebody better off, to that fight. Like it's super fun to be able to combo somebody. She has really nice chain pressure. Following up your heavies, the last hit of the chain with the bleed stabs is really nice. It feels good to be able to just constantly keep spamming somebody and combo somebody. But if you fight somebody who's really good defensively, and are able to block and or parry some of your stuff, it gets really hard. The fact that has reflex guard in gank situations is really rough. Her zone is great. She can soft fade out of or she can soft fade out of her zone or just cancel it into a guard break, which catches a lot of people. I just don't, like I said, I personally just don't feel like she's better off than some of the other casts, if not assassins, which is a shame because she's that really great. Her bite, probably her biggest thing is her bite, but you're not really going to land her bite in a multi-people setting. And if you are, then it's just people not paying attention and being bad and just not, interrupting, because not only does it clear the bleed that either you or a teammate has applied, it doesn't do any damage, and then it feeds a shit ton of revenge. So it's literally 3 negatives to your, 30 damage bite. So it's just not really worth, even though you're able to land heavies and stuff like that, but you also have to worry about the timing as well as like your teammates. So if they go too early, then you lose everything and they get revenge. If you're too late, they're able to stand up and block it or whatever the case may be. So yeah, that's my shaman rant. I think with changes, just minor changes, I think she could be brought back up to glory. But yeah, so she's just kind of just a B tier hero, just nothing
Like bottom of
really
B
crazy.
or bottom of what we have so far?
I think yeah, just like mid B.
Yeah.
I don't I think just assassin wise, just mid B. I see her just she's probably probably better than like Highlander or Gryphon or definitely better than Lawbringer, but like they're all
I
doing
was going to
different
say better than a
things.
lot, Eddie.
Yeah, they're all doing different things, just in terms of just the
Compared to
overall
Assassins,
hero.
Yeah, what
Yeah,
she's
the
supposed
just
to do.
assassin role, which she's
Yeah.
supposed to do. Yeah, it's great. Like her 1v or 2v1 is great. If you're with somebody who you can communicate with and let them know, like, look, I'm gonna bleed them and bite them, and then they can follow up, then that's great. But if you're in a random casual match, you're picking her and you're trying to land bites and you're trying to do all this other crazy shit,
People are gonna hit you out of
try to
it.
be cool. You're gonna get hit out of, and then one mistake and
Definitely not
a
me.
quarter of your
No.
health is gone. It's just very it's very tough to play in that type of setting. I think in like bigger game modes like a breach mode, if you're
It's
doing
not breach.
that,
This is Dominion.
it's not, but she does excel more or less in that game mode, but that's not. It's just Dominion, so just strictly Dominion. Yeah, she's just very mediocre now, unfortunately, with everything that's been happening, all the updates that's been going on, and how Ubisoft has basically been giving dodgeables and unblockables to everybody in hyper armor and all this other stuff. So that's just my personal opinion.
Right.
Yeah, I pretty much agree. I think she's a B tier assassin. Requires coordination, like with teammates around her, not to fuck her stuff up. Even her bite was nerfed, so it's like 22 damage now. So it's not nearly as crazy as it used to be, and then you have all the negatives attached to it. I think she is good opportunity, a good window to outplay someone. She's definitely the queen of ledges, in my opinion, after seeing Bam find every hole in the map and use it somehow.
It'd be like that. It'd be like that.
It do be like that. You gotta do what you gotta do.
So
No?
probably the most
You know.
scary thing is seeing Bam on the team as Shaman and knowing that the map has ledge points. Because he'll drag you across the map and throw you. So yeah, I think she could be a little bit better. She's not awful, definitely better than PK and some of these other assassins, but it's very easy for things to go wrong for her when she's performing her gank, and her whole identity is the bite, and that has all these negatives attached to it. So
because of that reason, do you think she's better at her job than Law Daddy is his job?
I don't think it should matter too much, like linear, like horizontally, like where they sit on that tier, but
Right.
I don't think we should compare her to Wall Daddy either, right? Like,
No,
she's
definitely
just a
not.
assassin.
Just her assassin role. They're completely different. She, in comparison, would be against Glads and Shinobis and Nuxias and PKs and Orochis, right? That's where you would really compare if you're gonna compare anything. But yeah, comparing her against Glad or anything like that, or fucking BP, it's no point. They're obviously, gonna be differences and things that make them stronger or weaker. So she's just a B tier character. Outside of that, yeah.
I pretty much agree with everything so far about her.
Yep.
She's a nightmare. Can be.
Can be.
All right, who's next?
She's got her matches.
George of the Jungle.
George.
All right, well, kick it off, bro.
I don't think anybody's
Yeah. I mean, I do. I have rep 14, George.
Okay.
In a team fight, his feats can't. Okay, his feats feed revenge. Put that man at sea. I would say high C, bottom B. And I mean, if anybody else wants to put him at bottom B, high C, and prefer B over C, I'm completely cool with that. I'd say he's anywhere in there. He does hold down an anti-gank. Anti-gank is his best friend, if played correctly. And ones, if you read him and he's not reading you beat the fuck out of him. His feats can be nice. I mean, if you fourth feet, but the radius isn't the biggest radius in the world compared to, I mean, Pirate's knockdown feat is fucking twice the size of his, and he's the one who capitalizes off of that. Hammer for the stamina throw. Yep, you throw it at him. That's nice. There's a third revenge. I mean, he is a revenge feeder. And back in the day, original Yorm, fucking monster. Put him at S. Nowadays, yeah, he uses too much stamina to do his kit. Your kit, you are penalized almost playing Yorm, trying to do his kit for the same reason you're doing it to people. You're using all your stamina to take somebody else's, and it leaves you very little wiggle room to get what you want off. Which, I mean, I feel like that's in some ways fair, but a little nerf the damage, bring back the stamina. Right now, I think casual gameplay, he can be a little bit stronger, and that's why I say bottom B. But if you're a casual player and you're not phenomenal, if somebody else spams the fuck out of you, what are you going to do as Yorm? Are you going to stand there and try to punch him in the stomach? Wow, congrats, you didn't do it because you got lighted. He has hyper armor. His soft feint, top heavy, it's nice. It's just, Yorm is Yorm. I don't even know how I would fully describe Yorm. His light spam's okay. I mean, the undodgeable solid, but fucking super easy to deflect. Just don't get guard broke by him mostly. Don't let him throw a heavy at you, and that's about it. Yorm is so lackluster. Explaining him, he has less than what Conqueror Warlord does.
He's boring.
In my opinion. He's so boring. He is so minimalistic and easy to play around. Like I said, ones, he can prosper a little bit better looking for trades, and if he reads properly, but that's that high tier gameplay. A casual, normal Yorm isn't going to fucking wow anybody, or he's not going to threat a fucking whole team. That's not going to happen.
All right.
Yeah, it's not much to say on it.
Cool.
I
know
agree
you
with
play
him.
him.
I'll be right back.
All right.
Yorm, for me, I gotta be like very mean and say D.
Yeah,
Wow, you're heartless.
but his feet
He,
though.
But his feet, bro.
this
He does
Yorm
have good
offers
feet or perks.
perks.
Congrats,
Yorm
Yorm.
offers Yorm offers nothing for his team at all other than to go sit on a point by himself and stall. And even then, the only way he's going to really stall on a point is if he's in revenge and he's able to get a GB. So when he's in revenge, don't attack him. Just sit there and eat the unblockable
Yeah.
heavies. Sit there, don't do nothing. Just make sure you don't get GB'd, because if you're ganking him, you're not going to be out of stamina if you're ganking the man. In a 1v1, yeah, you might run out of stamina. But when are you 1v1ing in Dom, honestly?
You know, you're trying to
I mean, it's
kill
here and there.
Staller.
Here or there. Maybe once or twice. But most of the time you're getting ganked or you're being the ganker. Alright.
You can't clear
So-
mid for shit.
Can't clear
can't.
mid. His hitboxes are atrocious. Oh my god,
No
his hitboxes
cleave.
are atrocious. Yeah, they
I mean, he's
Dude,
got
like
one
I
of the
said,
most funnest moves. You know, crushing everyone's nuts is pretty fun. But
Yeah, but when are you
Yeah,
gonna get
but
that
you
off?
gotta land
yeah,
it.
yeah, but it is fun.
you gotta land a guard break in revenge, and I've done it a lot because my MMR is garbage, and I keep fighting people that want to throw attacks into me while I'm hulking in revenge. It's like, okay, I'll take it, you know.
Right,
But
right.
that's all you gotta do is if he's in revenge, don't do nothing. Just sit there and make sure you don't get guard broken. That's all you gotta do to beat Yorm in an anti-gank situation. That's it. That is it. And that's all he can do is just sit there and stall. His minion clear sucks, his team fight sucks, his ganking sucks. That's it. You have to really pick hard around him to make his gank good. Like Conqueror's running attack, that works well with Yorm. Scent works well with Yorm, but you have to really pick
Whole lot of
around
revenge.
him. Yeah, it's a whole lot of revenge, exactly. It's just he's not in a great spot at all.
He
At
does
all.
have undodgeables and unblockables. I mean, you can't take that away from him.
Right, yeah, he does have that. He does have that.
And he's
That
got
makes
pretty
sense.
quick hyper
And
armor.
his out of stand game is pretty strong too.
Yeah.
I mean,
Out of
like,
stand
if you're
game is
out,
pretty strong.
if
Phenomenal.
you know, a lot of damage there, so
I don't think I can put him
Right.
in
definitely
DD.
we scuff that. I don't. Yeah, I truly, I
Okay,
think he's C. I can
low
see
C.
why you'd want to do D.
That's
But I
also
think
that's a
he fits
high
C
level
better.
compared to casual gameplay that I was like
Right,
really trying to
I'm-
stress. I'm like, oh, there's the
Yeah.
everyday player isn't going to be like, oh, don't let him guard break you. No, they're gonna get punched in the fucking mouth by
Yeah. And they're
It
gonna eat
is
all
what
that
it
damage.
is. They're gonna eat it all.
Okay,
So that's
C.
why I like
I'll C. I wouldn't take B. But
Against
C
your
will be
BP,
fine.
everybody's fucking D, huh?
Yeah.
Bull.
How about you
Bull,
just flip his
bull.
nuts back?
Hey, let's
like
not
on
get
the
into
ground,
that.
pussy?
All right, so we're sticking him in C. I'm in agreement with that.
Okay,
I think
C.
everybody is.
Bam's on the phone again.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he doesn't disagree.
He just walked away. He's on the phone. He's good.
Yeah. All right.
Next up.
Kensei.
Fuck.
Oh
But
man,
I got 11 reps on him.
I put him at A. I don't know.
I put him at B personally.
I'd say low A.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah,
could
I'd
see.
be-
Yeah, low A, high
I'll
B.
agree with
That's
that.
what I would go with. Yeah.
He's got a great dodge attack that can be target swapped mid dodge. Good iframes on it. Hyper armor. He's got great.
Cleave.
Yeah, cleave.
soft feints up to
soft
wazoo.
feints. He can clear mid. He can team fight. He can't gank,
Yep.
but he can clear mid and he can team fight. And he's got decent defensive feats.
Yeah.
He was one of the best team fighters, but now there's a lot of other team fighters that are better than him. So I definitely say, Yeah, I'd say bottom
You talking
of
Pirate
A.
Boy?
He's
I'd
got
say
good.
bottom of
What about
A.
his feats and perks? Let's talk about that.
His feats are decent defensive feats. He's got Stalwart Banner. You could run the unblockable feat, but I mean,
I hate
I
that
think I
feat.
personally,
Oh, I
yeah,
hate fighting against it. Is what I'm
That is
saying.
horrible. That is horrible.
Light spam
Okay, so-
unblockables. Oh, it's nightmare.
Okay, so from a casual
Perfectly
standpoint,
fair.
unblockable is good. I would not pick unblockable, but from a casual standpoint, unblockable would be good. He's got fast recovery tier 1, so he's able to get he has a lot of stamina because of that.
He's got that dodge, superior dodge thingy, whatever, doesn't he?
So yes,
Yeah,
he
whenever
can
he
block
dodges, yeah.
attacks. It's like a makeshift deflect.
Yeah.
He's got smoke bomb. Of course, it's still great.
But
Chilling
it's been
stare is
nerfed.
really good too.
I still
Tier
think it's
3,
good.
he's got longbow and second wind. I'd pick longbow, which is phenomenal.
It's a
Guarantees a lot of
chunker.
damage.
Yep.
Yeah. His all his feats are pretty decent. I'd say. I wouldn't say they're great, but I'd say they're by A tier too, if we're comparing feats in a tier list. But yeah, all in all,
How's this out
solid
of stand
character.
punish or pressure?
Out of stand punish. Out of stand pressure is not that great. You have to go through all of his attacks to get to his unblockable heavy or his pommel strike, which I don't think that pauses stamina regen. So honestly, I'd just stand there and take the pommel strike.
Yeah,
if
but
it was me.
that guarantees a free light, which then takes him straight into his unblockable. So you
Right.
can get into that unblockable quickly if you eat that pummel strike, which is out of
True.
stand pressure. I agree though. I don't think his out of stand pressure's all that great, but I mean he can put in some serious damage with that those mix-ups when
I
you're
would-
out of stand.
Yeah. I would rather get hit with the pommel strike than risk trying to dodge it and then eating the GB to get
The
thrown.
GB. Yeah, I
Right.
agree.
I'd take my chances with the unblockable mix-up over the pommel strike mix-up if it was me.
So what
But,
are you doing on the battlefield with him? Are you holding a point? Are you attacking? Are you roaming?
Roaming.
You are roaming between mid and team fighting. You're looking for team fights and you're looking to clear mid. I wouldn't necessarily be a ganker with him, but you want to be in the minions and then rotating to help hold a point in a team fight situation.
Yeah,
Definitely
minions
wouldn't
for
gank
sure
with him.
though.
Yeah, he's definitely a mid character.
His zone is perfect for it, and I love his zone with like if someone's standing behind you in your zone, like how you snap the person in front of you, and then you snap the person behind you. Like it's pretty nice, and that's why personally I think he's a B. I think he's got a great kit. Like he's a well-rounded character, but he's not like an A tier or an S tier in my opinion. Or I mean, I could see him being A tier. But I just think, like you just said, to get into anything, you have to go through 2 attacks first to get to his third, like actual mix up with unblockable. And then outside of that, he's just more evasive or more light spammy.
Right.
So, yeah.
Bro?
I think he's.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
No, I had placed him. I'm good. I'd say low A, high B.
Pretty much the same. Yeah, we could just take them either
Yeah.
or, and then go from there from the rest of the
I'm
tools.
right there with Tula.
Yep, I agree with Tula.
I've heard A and B from Cthulhu.
You settle it.
I said low A, high B. I'd put him at high B. I'd say he's better than Cent.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'd put him at high B.
Okay, that'll work. That's fine.
Yep.
Who's next?
Goki.
Oh, God.
Shugoki. Fucking Shaboski.
I S tier without a doubt.
I agree with
Yep.
that.
S tier.
I would
without a doubt.
agree with that.
Yep, he's just got way too much going for him right now. He is one of the best at everything he does, at everything that you need in Dom, really. His mid clear is great. He can rotate fast with the super sprint.
Oh,
All right, he's got
the big man's
great.
got moves.
Yeah,
He's
whoever
got- yeah.
decided that he should get that.
Fuck you.
I hope they sub their
Fuck
dog
you.
like every month for the next month. It made no
So
sense
he's-
that the overweight obese guy could somehow charge
I play
faster than
Highlander.
Shinobi.
I
which is
play
fast.
Highlander. This guy's
You got Celtic Curse. Just keep Celtic cursing.
I hope whoever invented
Oh,
that,
man.
much like muffins, I hope there's an itch on your body, and every time you go to scratch it, it moves. Fuck you.
Yes, such a dude.
Yeah, I don't want to take away from Goki, but I thought something funny with Highlander. So I think it's funny that Highlander can move faster with his dodge cancels than he can actually sprinting.
Dude, tell me why I'd rather chase an offensive stance and keep fucking dodging at him than run
Right.
around.
Right. So
But,
back to
yeah,
Goki.
anyways,
He
back
can
to
do
But
everything.
Goki's S tier all the way.
Yeah,
He's
S tier
good.
all the way.
His feats, he's a heavy, so his perks are good.
His
Size
feet-
of
Perks
a
are good, feats
monster.
are good.
He has one of the best tier 4 feats that confirms so many heavies if confirmed right.
Fuck you, knockdown feet.
Yeah.
I mean, in a casual setting, you're going to knock down your teammates. But I mean, if you're thinking properly and you get a free heavy from a GB or a bash, you're going to knock them down. Then all your teammates are going to be able to get a free heavy because
Yeah.
you didn't knock them down if you're playing it smart.
Yep.
Yeah, he's a monster in team fights. He
Yeah.
can stall for days.
Oh, you know,
Oh, yeah.
some
Is-
people who have to rely on the feet for their bashes to deal damage, not Goku.
Goki doesn't. Goki's
Mhm.
headbutt automatically does damage.
Yeah.
Unreactable.
Isn't it 10? Isn't it 10?
10 damage. 10 damage headbutt. Yep.
Yeah, it's
Yep,
10
yep.
damage is a good amount.
Yep,
Yep.
So
yep.
pretty light.
That's fucking horrendous.
His side dodge headbutt has iframes on par with freaking Tiandi.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Don't tell Turtle that, because Turtle doesn't think Tiandi has iframes.
And he can his back break gives him health.
His
Yep.
back break is
And
one
gives
of
him a
the,
stand back.
his back break is such a great gank, and me and Bam have pulled it off so much. We 100-0 people because he's able to confirm it every time I do it. Great mid clear, great team fight, great stall, great gank. There's nothing this character doesn't have that, you know, he has everything. He has everything.
Yeah.
So there's
He's a
no reason we
mobile
wouldn't pick him.
heavy. Yep.
Same with Raider for me. If I was to make a dream team, he would be the next pick. It'd be Raider in him. So
Alright. Yeah, I'm pretty sure
100%.
everybody's in agreement with Goki. He's pretty easy.
Easy
Yeah,
play.
yeah,
So-
easy to play as well. On top of that, it's not like even with
Casuals can pick him up
Exactly.
really easily.
Yeah, a lot of those the S tier like Raider and BP just have to feint quite a bit, and bait people into situations or make the proper read. But Goki just throws his weight around.
Throw
It's
heavy.
like, well, enhanced light, so deal with it. Sidestep
Enhanced
X,
light with a
yeah,
fucking
10
headbutt.
damage to your face.
Yeah.
I could
So-
go on about Goki forever.
Yeah. So
but, I
that
don't
one's
have
pretty
time, so-
quick and easy. So who we got next?
Yeah. We got Orochi.
Oh,
There's
Oh,
been
we need
media-
Bam for Hito.
Orochi.
Yeah, we should probably come back to Orochi for Bam as well.
Yeah. Okay, Nobushi.
Hey.
Think of Zach. Think of Zach.
There's Zach and
Hey.
I mean, we see it differently, but that's okay. You go ahead.
I'm gonna put her top of A. She,
Okay.
Okay.
her passive is absolutely amazing. You get him bleeding, which is insanely easy to do. She has so many different ways to bleed, so you do more damage on top of that. Her zone is absolutely amazing, which is she's got a ton of soft feints. Well, yeah, I guess a ton. Her zone soft feints into a heavy or a kick, which she has pretty much infinite combo. I think she's got like a better infinite combo than anybody because she's got multiple ways to do it. She's extremely fun to play. She can clear mid really fucking easily. I'm pretty sure she has dodge recoveries, at least out of her zone she does, that I know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
She's
she
quick
does.
as well, so she can roam. So I like to play her like fucking like an assassin, pretty much. You're just everywhere. Um, she can gank extremely well, confirming a lot of stuff off of her kick, and then she has an undodgeable as well, which is really easy to get to. Either hidden stance into an undodgeable, or you light into an undodgeable, uh, which is a great 50-50 because either if you dodge, which you got to be careful against deflects, Muffin, with her because they're pretty easy to deflect. So, but if you're playing against somebody who doesn't have a deflect, she's really well, which is most of the cast doesn't. So she does well to most of the cast. Um, Fuck, what else? I can go on about Nobushi, man. There's the only thing I think she suffers from. Well, they also nerfed her because when you block, you used to backstep A, and then you have like this wide gap that you would make, and then you can, if somebody tries to charge at you, you can just backstep light into another bleed. So it was a great move, but they took it away from her. It didn't hinder that much, but when she had hidden stance, and then which you could be GB'd out of now, but back in the day you could counter GB. I could see that be pretty busted. I wish they'd bring it back though, even if it was just for a PTS. I'd be all right.
I like where you put her. I wholeheartedly agree. Right below Zerg, but still high A.
Her anti-gank isn't that's the one thing, her downfall to me, which doesn't, like, I'm not gonna put her any lower than what she is because of that single reason. You have to be one of the better Nobushis to really be able to anti-gank, because she is slower unless you light spam. But even then, like, I don't know. She doesn't have hyper armor, which hinders her a little bit. Hyper armor is just so fucking potent. But you do have a kick, and that kick is, to me, one of the shittier bashes in the game, just because it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't really cover that much distance, but that's whatever. And then like her wall game, like Scent, is absolutely outstanding, because you just heavy kick constantly. And then if you can throw the heavy undodgeable, if they try to like, oh, I don't want to be wall kicked anymore, they try to dodge, boom, they're eating the undodgeable.
Run Nobushi.
Yo, I already know.
Yeah.
I already know.
Yeah.
Like,
I agree
like,
wholeheartedly, pretty much with everything you said about Nobushi. I think, you know, her kit complements her very well. Increased damage if someone's bleeding. She has many ways to access, you know, the bleed, both defensive and aggressive. Her main mix-up coming out of the kick forces someone to move. So having the undodgeable means you're going to catch them if they make the wrong read. So just kind of puts it in your favor a bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Hidden stance is a great tool to avoid damage.
It avoids everything, by the way.
Yeah, other than a guard break, but
And undodgeables.
and undodgeables. So yeah, I think she's
So it's not as
definitely
good as
gonna be-
BP. Flip.
Yeah, I think it's good. It's a good A. I think she requires a good amount of skill to play her because she is also on the more assassin health pool side. And you know, you can just light spam with her, right? But I think a good Nobushi is
It's insulting.
Yeah, exactly. So I think her strength comes out of the fact that she has strong mix-ups with her heavies. But her lights can be pretty punishing too, since you only need to land 2 of them to get that 3rd one.
Oh, if you get the kick, it's double light, which is another bleed.
Yeah, so pretty amazing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree. I like Nobushi. She's awesome.
I will mention one more thing real quick. Her dodge attacks. She can dodge from either a light or a heavy, even though they get parried a lot, it seems like. But you still have it available, which you can do that from neutral, or you can do it in a combo, and it just all chains together. And the only downfall to hers is her iframe for her dodge is the worst in the game.
Yeah.
It's
very
quick
small
though, so you
iframe.
can't really be GB'd. You kind of can, but people have to be so quick on it. But if you do like the dodge light, I don't think you can be really GB'd. That I honestly don't know. doesn't really happen that often. I just mainly get parried. But yeah. Oh, and if you dodge the kick, you can follow up with a light, but most of the time that gets parried. But you do have the option for it. You can't. So
Definitely gets parried. I look for that every time.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
same.
really dangerous.
That
Like
is
the high
so
player
saucy.
Nobushis, that I've seen, the higher Nobushis don't really throw the light afterwards, especially after fighting
No.
Hex, who parries it every time.
I fucking love parrying those.
The
Those are,
kick
those
is
are my bread and
GB
butter.
punishable.
Unless
If you don't throw
unless
the
they
light
go
out.
for the light, because it follows
Yeah,
up.
unless they go for light. So if they don't
It-
go for the light, you have to
it's
make
a
the
mind
read,
game.
of course. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Majority of them will go.
But if
for
you're
the
going
light.
for that parry, you know, you're either committed to going for that parry. You know, like it's not like you're
Right.
gonna be able to make that read on the spot. Like
right,
you're,
right.
it's a 50-50 way I look at
Yeah.
it.
And
Yep.
also in the middle of her combo, she can backstep light at any point, and that parry window is extremely tight. Like you have it's so narrow, so it doesn't really
You
get
have to
parried.
know
It'll get blocked, but sometimes, but you can do it from any direction, and that's still you can flow into a dodge attack after that if you want. Like she literally everything in her kit flows, which is amazing. So
Gross.
she's really
It's
fun to
very
play.
gross.
But she does have a high skill gap for max
Yeah.
potential.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, I agree too. I agree with placement and everything.
I thought we were gonna butt heads on this character, Zach. Look at you, fucking calling it what it is on Nobu. Proud of you.
Gosh, thanks. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
She's a
man.
great team fighter, great mid clear. I mean, that's perfect. That's exactly where she needs to be.
She just doesn't
Talk to
have
Zach
hyper
3
on her.
months ago, he would have been like D. D.
Yeah. Who watches the game?
Oh, and I will say one thing about Nobushi players. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but if we ever catch each other 1v1, we always emote. Do the emote before we fight. It's just something that naturally happens.
Gank your ass till high noon, baby.
Well, you're not a Nobushi then.
Fucking level 1 Nobushi. I'm still jumping your ass. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. All right, who's
All
next?
right. All right. God,
We have to go
this
back
takes
for
forever.
Orochi. Please, bam.
Yeah, bam,
Yeah,
Orochi.
Orochi.
Rochi. All right, yeah. So I have 52 reps.
Oh,
in,
sorry to cut you off real quick.
Orochi.
I'm a 70 Nobushi, by the way.
He's not, he's lying.
Rochi, I think the recent nerf to him kind of hurt him, especially with I understand where it was coming from, but it did hurt him as far as not having that extra option, whether it's the kick into the undodgeable or the storm rush. I think overall, I mean, he's been through so much. He's probably one of the most reworked heroes in the game. I think he's been through so many changes. I played him since the alpha of the game, so he's just been through so much. I think he's in a solid place now. I think he's in around like the A tier-ish. For assassins, I think he's better than Shaman, but not better than Glad and Berserker and the ones who are coming up, right? So, otherwise, he's got they made him more of a 2-punch type of hero. The double lights or a light or heavy. He's got easy way to go into his unblockable. Which does a lot of damage. His kick mix-up is really nice. His dodge cancels is really nice. I'm a big fan, like I said previously, about the dodge cancels. Heroes having dodge cancels. I think those should specifically be assassins or hybrids that only have those. So I hope they'll stay in the game and are tailored to those type of classes. Other than that, I mean, he's got the look of the samurai. If you want to play a samurai-ish hero and be like the last samurai Tom Cruise, then Orochi's probably the way to go. I mean, he's just a badass. He's got great executions. His feats are have been nerfed as well. But they do complement his playstyle. Bounty Hunter and Kai off the first tier. Kunai is great for an interrupt, whether it's somebody you're facing or somebody maybe your friends being guard broken, whatever, and get the heavy throw. You can target swap Kunai him, get him off of you, get it off of him. So Kunai is really good. Smoke Bomb got nerfed to the ground. There's basically no point in running it outside of Kunai and Executioners. Longbow, Sharper Blade, Slip Through, all good. Slip Through did get nerfed, so it's not as good. Tier itself for his tier 4 is great. Nail Bomb is also great if you want to try to combo with Glads or Nobushis on your team. Arrow Storm is Arrow Storm. It's not really used much. Outside of that, his perks, basic assassin perks, nothing too crazy. But yeah, I mean, overall, like I said, I think he's just in a solid place. He was a lot better. Now he's just very matchup dependent in terms of like your little 1v1s or your brawls inside of your Dominion. Outside of that, he can maneuver really well around the battlefield. He can his distance on his unblockable is incredible. You want to utilize that as much as you can. The backstep light into the unblockable is basically your bread and butter. Outside of that, you just mix up people with your Storm Rush, being that you could change, every side for your Storm Rush. So it's basically like a 50-50. Yeah, outside of
30,
that,
30, 30.
30-30, yeah. Outside of that, yeah, you just want to be careful not to utilize his like dodge attacks too much. Like the Riptide is okay, the back dodge light. The side dodge lights are, as with all assassins, are just parry bait. So people are looking for that, and being an assassin with low health pool, you don't want to get caught in that trap of seeing red and then just side dodge lighting, because that's going to hurt you very much. So you don't want to do that. So you want to make reads with those, and otherwise, it doesn't hurt to back dodge light, or it doesn't hurt to just try to light interrupt them. Outside of that, his zone can combo into his unblockable or to his kick. You can dodge, recover, cancel it to anything that you want to do. So yeah, I think he's just a solid hero. Was better, but he is where he is now.
I agree. If I'm ever playing
about A.
like a roam character, I hate coming across the Orochi.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Fuck Orochi. As a Shinobi player, Orochi's kind of an asshole. And personally, I view him as very high A. Before his recent nerf, I viewed him as an S tier because he had undodgeables off of everything, which is bullshit.
Mhm.
The Storm Rush change has made Orochi way harder for me to deal with, personally, because now he's either going to Storm Rush you or he's going to kick you. And that could be really annoying because it's like you literally just have a moment to light him out of the Storm Rush. And I don't think it's really that plausible to light him out of the kick, really. Unless it's like, you reading it well in advance, which is not easy because he's either going to Storm Rush you or kick you or whatever the fuck else he wants to do. Yeah, I think he has undodgeables, he has unblockables. He's the only deflect in the game now that breaks hyper armor, minus Berserker with his guard break, right? But and his ability to play in 1v2, 1v3s is really high, with the fact that he has such high dodge recoveries that lead into such punishing deflects. So like, if you're good at Orochi, I mean, the sky's the limit, in my opinion. Like, you're a lot of these characters I feel like that we've talked about so far, they have like moments where, like, when you're in mid fight, you realize like, I wish I could do that, but you're like locked into an animation, or you're locked into something, or you just don't have the answer. But mentally, like, you see that you can do something, but you're limited by your character. With Orochi, I don't feel like that's the scenario as much. I've seen Orochi's triple deflect, the three lights, off of a raider or something. So, granted, we're talking about like highest to the high, people there, right? And I know this is all for average, but I think Orochi is, as an assassin, I think he's an S tier assassin personally. I'll settle for very high A, but he's up
Is
there
he
with
better
Berserker
than
in my
Zerk?
opinion. Well, they're two different identities.
Right.
Two different identities. I think the way Orochi can come at a fight is a lot different than the way Zerk will come at the fight. Orochi can't really take all the damage and do all those trades that the Zerk can do. But in my opinion, Orochi has access to better team fighting in the sense that he can easily storm rush to someone that's trying to run off and get a massive amount of distance. And then he has a very quick access to his unblockable, very fast zone, which is really good in team fights because it cleaves quite a bit. That still leads into something else. Good iframes and backlights because he can target swap. So and then Storm Rush is nothing to be scuffed at, right? Like, I think you have 400, maybe 500 MS to react to the Storm Rush, like when the attack is actually released, and you can't dodge out anywhere anymore. And like Orochis will literally Storm Rush you into a kick, into a Storm Rush, into a kick,
Yeah, it's
into two
fucking
Storm
irritating.
Rushes. So his ability to lock someone down, regardless of who he's fighting, he has answers because you can always feint out a Storm Rush and then guard break, that turtle that is, that just went all guard. So he's a lot of answers to his kit, in my opinion. So I could settle for not being S tier, but in my opinion, he's up there with Shinobi. If we're gonna put Shinobi in S tier, I'm putting Orochi in S tier personally.
I can agree.
Also,
I
because the master, fuck you to bat. No, just kidding.
That's what it is, basically. That's the side jab. Like, I know you're putting that Shinobi and ass motherfucker. So
I already know it.
Yeah. I don't. I'm not trying to say that your points are not valid. You make extremely good points. You are absolutely right. He does have those options. Especially for the casual player base. I'm just trying to. I also are like Cthulhu, right? And I think of it like on a higher end scale. Like, most people, if you can. The biggest thing against fighting Orochi is recognizing whether he's going to throw the kick or the storm rush. And if you can recognize whether he throws the kick or the storm rush, and he does the storm rush, then you want to light him. And there's nothing he can really do outside of stopping the storm rush and then going for a parry or a deflect, which I'm sure you guys have seen in clips and all this stuff, right? People do amazing things. Storm rush fades into fucking deflects, into this and that. These people, are either playing. Yeah.
Well, I agree, but at the same, he has answers outside of just Storm Rush and Kick, though. I mean, he has a very
but
fast
that's like
zone
his
that leads
basic,
straight
his
into.
mix up.
Well, right, yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, a lot of characters, like even for like Pirate, right? Like, a lot of people complain about her dodge recoveries and the side heavy dodge, but Orochi, has a lot of answers where he can cancel out of a lot of those things that would lock other characters in place. Which just makes it more flexible and like the heat of the moment type stuff. Like, again, I'm not saying that Orochi is definitely not a B tier character. He's 100% A and up.
No, absolutely.
But I see a lot of 70 Orochis and a lot of good ones as well. So for me, it's like I've never been blown away. Like, oh, that's a 70 Orochi. Like, he must be really skilled, like he's really gone through the hardships, No, it's a Orochi. Like, he's gonna put in work. He's gonna deflect you at some point. You're probably gonna eat the unblockable heavy if he even lets it loose, because it goes across the room. Like, he does a lot of things. He does his assassin role very well without needing the hyper armor, because he will catch you, like, and he has the answers. Like, if you're a tanky character, like an Orochi against a Shugoki, you would think that the match is in Shugoki's favor because he's a heavy, but Orochi has no problem going with those deflects or going with those unblockables or softening or kicking or hard fading into GBs, because his kit allows him to play in and out. Yeah, and his Storm Rush allows him to play in and out so well. So I think, and then the damage he puts out too. Like, some of the attacks, like his basic lights are, not that big of a deal, but the unblockable heavies, his Storm Rushes and stuff, that stuff stacks up quickly with him. It's not like he's starving himself for stamina to do any of this either. So that's why, like, for me, and again, my point of view is as a Shinobi main or as an assassin main, and Orochi eats up assassins just like Berserker does, in my opinion. It's the only difference is Berserker's going to trade with you, and Orochi's going to make sure that you can't do anything back to him. And if you try to, he's probably going to deflect you. Not saying Orochi is unbeatable, but I'd say, the average Orochi is probably an A, and then a good Orochi is an S tier. Expert
Yeah.
Orochi's definitely
I-
S tier, but that could be
I-
second.
Yeah, I can see that for sure.
I do have to cut you off completely, 100,000% agree. The placement of Orochi, but my dinner is done, and I do have to work tomorrow, so I'm gonna eat that, and then I'm gonna go to bed.
Love you, buddy.
I do
Love
love you,
you.
boyos. Keep the dick fat. Fuck BP. You guys have a good night.
Alrighty, Coco.
Love you guys.
Love you, dude.
Alright, so I've only got like an hour left, so let's try to speed it up just a little bit. So who we got next?
Alright, Whipmaster.
Tula?
We are on Shinobi.
All right, guys. Wait.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm a Rep 70 Shinobi. I've played Shinobi. I actually got into him after he came out, but I played all 70 reps when he was probably considered his weakest state ever. I would say currently Shinobi is definitely an S tier assassin. There's no really way to refute that. He has great ganks with his sickle rain now being unblocked from the top, an amazing ability with being able to catch people, a dodgeable sickle rains, his light into backflip, his backstep light. I mean, you could backstep light into a backflip, and then into a sickle rain. It's just his pressure is all over the place. He can catch people like Tiandi with the zone. I mean, it's just I think it's pretty obvious, but before this rework, Shinobi is definitely a D tier character, but now um, he's just super strong. He's great damage. He can catch you, and he plays his role as of an assassin very well. I mean, he can go from point A to point C faster than any other hero in the game. Without relying on feats or anything like that. Feat wise, he was nerfed recently, so I mean, I still kind of put him at S, but I put him low S after the nerf. I think he kind of falls down to A tad bit after this nerf. His stand, they did make it where he really has to pay attention to his stand game a lot more. And since his going into all of his mix-ups are stand heavy, he can only probably mix you up 2 times before he has to really recover and watch himself. But I mean, he's got great feats, and you can run them a couple different ways. Bounty Hunter will keep him up quite often in a team fight, or Kai. Kai is amazing. Hidden's good, but you can already get out of any situation by dodging away or rolling away and then sprinting off, or deflecting. So you don't really need Hidden, and it doesn't really matter too much on him. Kai's a brutal fucking thing to run, and you will almost always win a fight if you have Kai up, and it's almost always up in a 1v1 scenario. His little shuriken thing can hit up to 60 damage if they're close enough. It doesn't guarantee to kick anymore, but it's still a lot of damage if you shotgun it. And he's got good sustain through his other 2 feats, or great damage with nail bomb. So yeah, I mean, I love Shinobi, but he's definitely super strong right now.
Yeah, 100%. This is 50-50 whether you want to like get kicked into a heavy or the multiple different things he can do out of just like any move. He's to use his full potential. You gotta put some time into him.
Yeah, he's not a character you can pick up like Raider like overnight. I think he's a lot easier now to do that with because you can kick someone off of the first dodge, but he's very vulnerable to guard breaks now, and he does have like a pretty in-depth kit as far as like when you have your combo going. Like just to deflect, you have to hit X to teleport, and you have to hit X again to kick them. And then, they have to realize that they can dodge that kick, so you have to go into an undodgeable after that. So there's a lot of linear combos that, like, if you fuck up, you're going to ruin your entire combo, and you're not going to get his damage off.
He is squishy.
So yeah, he's squishy. Sickle Rain is just like Shaman. It's easy to be messed up, but now that it doesn't have the bleeds to rely on the damage, you can really do a lot of the damage up front, but it is easy for like a teammate next to you in casuals to ruin your combos. But I mean, his undodgeables and his unblockables are accessible right after the very first light from neutral, so it's not hard for him to get into like a high pressure scenario.
Yeah. He can gank and anti-gank fairly well too.
Yeah, exactly. But he has reflex guard, so I just want to point that out, guys, that we've been shitting on people with reflex guard. And an S tier character now has reflex guard. So, just put it out there.
Yeah.
I gotta say he's not S tier. It's like C tier for me. Is that about right, bro? C tier.
Yeah, fuck you, dude. After your review, yeah, that's what you wanted him nerfed down to.
Listen, I don't mind strong heroes. I really don't. I want the game to be diverse, right? You don't want to load up the game and see the same fucking 8 heroes every single time you play a match.
I hate seeing all the Shinobis now.
Yeah,
bandwagon
it's
Shinobis were all over the place, but
I'm one.
his rework was good. His rework was good. I think it's what he needed.
It was good.
And I'm gonna be honest. I truly like. Yes, I think the status quo puts him at S tier right now, but I truly think that he hovers between that A and S tier. I think a good Shinobi can be an S tier with all the deflects and with all the punishes, but an average Shinobi in casuals feeds a lot of revenge and doesn't get their damage off and probably dies quite a bit with the low health pool and stuff. His saving grace for me putting him in S or A right now is the fact that his bash is really easy to get off and it gets good damage off of that bash. If it was not for that, then I think he would be closer to the B to A, probably A going into B. But with the way he currently is and how easy it is for him to put out damage, that's why I put him in S tier. And his sickle rain gank is massive if a good player comes up and gets the free heavy off of that. So, and he can keep that shit going.
Anybody want to add to that, or is it pretty straightforward?
Yeah, Shinobi S.
Yeah, Shinobi S.
He's one of the best gankers in the game.
That's
the best
hero
ganker
of
in the game right now.
Yeah, I'm about to main Shinobi right now.
Yeah. Who's next on the list?
Well, I'll main Orochi. You can feel the fucking pain.
Aramusha.
Muffins, I know you played him the most.
I fucking hate Aramusha. I
played good about Musha. I think now Musha's probably A tier, A or B, and a couple reasons why. Well, it's tough because an average person is probably not using Musha to his fullest potential.
I suck with Musha.
And so like the average player probably plays Musha as a B tier, but he has a really good kick. His side dodge heavy, does a lot of damage. Great iframe, comes out quick, leads into his mix-ups. He's the king of light spam. He just goes on forever. And then even if he takes a hit, even if you hit him with a light attack, he can still go into all guards. It makes it a nightmare to put any kind of combos onto Musha or like consistent damage if they're all guarding correctly. Granted, just like BP, you can guard break it, but it's not the easiest thing in the world to do. And he has good grabs. I think he's great at ganking, but he feeds good revenge. I think his anti-gank though is really strong because he does have vengeful barrier. He has great cleave with his blade blockade, and then his target swap with you can go into your deadly feint combo on one person, target swap, hit them with the light, and then go back to the other person and keep going. So like there's not a whole lot of dead space when he's ramped up, and then he can also turtle very well. So I think a good Musha is a nightmare to fight like Kyoshin, but I think the average player probably isn't using Musha like his full kit properly in casual fours.
Right.
So yeah, B tier, B or A, probably closer to B though.
He doesn't have. He's got hyper armor on his forward dodge heavy, which can be feinted two different ways, right?
Can be
Just
fainted.
straight up feint
Yep.
or into a ring the bell. I think it's called.
Yep. And it can be recovery canceled with blade blockade.
Yeah, that's insane.
But the downside is that the hyper armor comes on like halfway through the run
Yeah,
because they extended the animation. Personally, that attack was way better before his rework.
yeah.
After the rework, he does this like run up like Scent does, and it's kind of annoying.
He doesn't have undodgeables, right?
No undodgeables, and is only unblockable outside of the blade blockade stuff, which doesn't really even matter because it's guaranteed hit anyways. Is his zone, which you always feint the second part of his zone.
Yeah.
And it's not like you could pump fake it like Raider because it costs like half of his stamp just to do his own.
So would you play him as a roamer?
Yeah, I think I would roam and assist with ganks.
Mhm.
Kind of like how you would play with Kensei. You know, he's really good around mid, but he's also really good at defending a point or stalling out on a point because you can't kill Musha fast because he can blade blockade even after being hit.
What are his feats like?
Um, oh man, what did I think his feats were great for. Currently, I think he's just normal like samurai feats. I hate his tier 1 feats, they're awful. His tier 2 feats are honestly nothing that great.
Juggernaut.
His feats are, I think, average. I don't think that his second wind, he has banner, he has fear, but banners, it's okay to counter like Fire Flask or something. But since the healing was nerfed on most of the healing feats, second wind even isn't even that great anymore. But it
Yeah.
allows him to stay on a point as a staller longer, which means it goes into his role. So his perks are definitely better. Vengeful Barrier, that's all you need to say right there. Especially for a character like him where he thrives, I think, in outnumbered fights.
How's he do on ganking? Or do we cover that?
He has gank potential with his soft feint,
Ring the bell?
but with ring the bell. But I think it feeds a good amount of revenge as well. And the ring the bell itself is kind of easy enough to avoid. So he's not a perfect ganker like Glad or someone or Shinobi where they're like really pinning you down. But I think he could run into a fight and assist rather well. So yeah, I would say he's probably like decent or good at ganking, but not the best.
I mean, I pretty much agree with him being B. Anybody else?
Yeah, I can see a B tier, low B, mid to low, B. I think is good for him. That's for all the reasons that Muff has stated.
Cthulhu?
Yeah,
You don't know.
I mean, me personally, I'd put him low A, but
oh
for
really?
time restraints, I'll agree with B. Because I know
Okay.
Angel has to get off in an hour, so I'll say B. But I think honestly low A, but
speed run it, baby.
we'll say B.
But we're not gonna be able to speed run with Hito and JJ still out there.
Okay, Hito's next. He's good. Play him. Next up, Kyoshin.
That's good.
Done.
I think he is A tier.
Yeah, no,
No
Hito
question.
is high B, low A tier. I think once you get his mix up going, being with the kick, strictly off the kick / sweep mix up, it's absolutely brutal. His heavies having hyper armor, obviously got changed. They used to have instant hyper armor as soon as you hit the heavy button, which was obviously a little OP. But now they're not too bad. It activates on chain on release of your right trigger. Just so you guys are able to use that to your advantage, as well as the unblockable has hyper armor once you fully commit to the unblockable itself. His zone is pretty garbage, honestly. Even though it can chain to everything else, it's just so slow. And I feel like anytime you try to throw a zone, it just gets parried. It's just incredibly slow. It's just not really worth using, honestly. And the hitboxes from it are kind of meh. Um, his hyper urban lights are great in theory, but once you use that second light, you're vulnerable to a guard break, which sucks. So yeah, so not really the greatest thing to use. So you basically always want to either light into heavy or just heavy, start heavy spam, and then and heavy on variable timings because the heavies have variable timings. Outside of that, his he has heavy perks. Perks are you know how heavy perks are. Feet wise are not the greatest, but they're really not that bad. Fast recovery is good, so we can keep on going. Bloodlust is really great on him because he does do decent amount of damage. Having a bloodlust activated on somebody and then going on, and target swapping unblockables and which you can do on him. They feel really good and they hit hard as hell. Third tier Spirit Shroud, probably the go-to, gives you 20%, I believe, damage resistance on every hit, on any hit, as long as you get an execution. And fourth fear itself, and then his one shot, Senbon Zakura. Can be parried now, can be dodged pretty easily if you're playing against patient people, but if you have your teammates who are able to confirm that with a guard break or hit stun or light hit stun or heavy hit stun, it is nice to be able to get somebody out of the fight really quickly. Otherwise, Fear itself is probably going to be your go-to. I find it to be better than that, just simply because nowadays people see the one shot and either parry or dodge it or whatever the case may be. Um, Outside of that, he's a fun hero. He's got great fashion. Doesn't have any undodgeables, but his heavies though are kind of undodgeable. His side-headed heavies, his left and right heavies do track extremely well, especially when you delay the timings. And a lot of people don't end up parrying those. So if they don't parry that, you can go right into your kick mix-up. So you basically always want to utilize that kick mix-up, which your sweep gets hyper armor. Your regular kick doesn't, but your kick nets you a heavy, and your sweep nets you a heavy. So basically just always play around that kick mix up and you'll start crushing people. So yeah, I would say a high B, um, low A for him.
I agree with a low A. He can do anything. He can stall, he can gank, he can anti-gank, he can clear mid decently.
Yeah, I think he's better in ones or brawls, but he still has a great presence in like the actual team fights and stuff.
Yeah.
Not an S tier,
No.
and a lot of things that make him strong in like isolated aspects kind of get nullified out a little bit when you're in a team fight, like big hit out of certain mix-ups and things like that. So yeah, I agree. I think Hito's a very strong character, but there's only so much you can do as Hito, right? Like you're kind of limited to some extent.
Mm-hmm.
All revolves around that kick mix-up. It makes
So
people
dangerous.
afraid of it coming out and like never throwing it, or just throwing it, like Bam does sometimes 4 times in a row, and expecting, oh, the next one he'll faint. Yeah, the next one he'll faint. And then you get
Sometimes
5 kicks and you're dead.
it's better just to let it loose. That's for honor.
Yeah.
People are expecting you to do something or play a specific type of way. Sometimes just let that shit go multiple times in a row. And if they keep parrying or dodging, then you learn, and then you move on.
Yeah,
But in the name of science, baby.
I think Hito can train the opponent better than any other character.
Yes,
like you can make that person do what you want really quick.
Yeah, facts.
And he's got a dodge attack too, which I tend to forget about because I'm so focused on his fucking kick mix up. I'm like, oh shit, he's got a dodge attack too. Fuck.
That comes from the opposite direction, so it's like it,
fucks me up.
Not that that really matters, but
yeah,
I know it's a bit of a brain fuck.
Yeah. So what we got? Kyoshin next.
Kyoshin.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'd put Kyoshin S tier.
I'd say high.
High A.
Mm.
Okay, I can agree with that. If I put him S, he's low S, high A.
Yeah,
that's where I would So for
Yeah, I
me, I play a
definitely
lot of
put him up there.
Kyoshin. He's got an amazing kit. So like he's got the crushing counters, which is kind of a theme on some of these S tier characters or high A's, right? Uh, he's got undodgeables. He's got unblockables. He's got an all guard that's soft fainted into or that can not soft faint. I'm sorry, that recovery cancel a lot of his stuff. Um, and then his ganking potential like is really solid. It's at least a free heavy for someone, and you can get into that very easily. Feet wise, they're all right. I think they're good, but not game changing or game breaking, right? They're like subtle things that kind of just help him in the
Selfish.
mix of it. Yeah. Perks, I can't really remember all of his perks. I'm sure they're nothing too crazy because if it's not Vengeful Berry, then it doesn't really matter.
Yep.
Or Aegis at least. But yeah, I think he's got a. You can't just stand in front of him like you can a lot of the other all guard heroes because he can kick you, which will lead into his mix up. I think his mix up overall is pretty simple, and therefore, like a good player can read him or start to punish him. But you really have to alter your play style to fight a Kyoshin.
Yeah.
You can't come at Kyoshin like you would the rest of the cast.
I got a question.
And he's effective. Go for it.
Does he have the undodgeable heavy finisher?
Light and heavies.
Yeah, light and heavies.
Oof. I thought I'd seen that. I have not
Yeah,
played
his second
Kyoshin for
attack is
shit.
always undodgeable.
Can't play him like one or two times. That's it.
Yeah. He's strong, I think.
Yeah,
If you're
fighting
good at light
against him.
parrying,
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're good at light parrying, you can kind of ruin his day. Especially if you catch that zone or his light from his all guard stance. But let's be honest, the average player is probably not going to be used to dealing with a hyper aggressive Kyoshin.
Yeah.
And just his presence there too. Like he could just be sitting there in his all guard, and if you cleave him, now you are dramatically put on the bad foot because that leads to his teammate getting a gank off on you or securing damage. And he can kind of repeat that, kind of like Shinobi with his sickle rain. He can kind of keep you in that gank, although it does feed revenge. Every gank feeds revenge. So
All
he can
guard
be
characters, man.
problematic. His presence there, you notice when a Kyoshin's around, you notice the Kyoshin, and that's why I kind of put him up there.
And his fashion game is pretty good.
His fashion
For
is
not
pretty awesome.
being a knight. Yeah.
Yeah, you either love it or hate it. Yeah, I think most people like that they could change his hair color or these really demonic looking masks and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yep.
I totally agree.
I think he's S tier, honestly. I think he's an S tier hero. Lower, if not, like, up there with Raider or BP or anybody like that. But he's definitely in that tier. He does share that love for that S tier. Just being on basically what you guys said, I think he's similar to Orochi, right? He has all the options to be able to deal with somebody, whether it's undodgeables, whether it's a kick, mid chain or not, because he has two. Leading into the
quick.
Yeah, the quick bashes, the guaranteed damage. He's got the Kaze stance, which he can free flow instantly into recovery cancel from that, which comes from 3 different sides, which he can basically has an unblockable on demand with that Kaze stance. So he's I think he's complex in a sense, but you want to be patient with him. And then from there you can kind of just blow people up. Once you get started, once you kind of force somebody to hit you, and then you get started, you could really make them pay for it, and just keep going with your combos, and they really can't do much about it. Just don't Kaze right in front of fucking somebody. Don't do that ever.
Yeah,
that's
don't
just no
sit
point.
in it like that.
Yeah, don't sit there. Don't do the memes that you guys see. It's not. You're just gonna get guard broken or hit with a blockable right in the face. So don't do that.
But yeah,
just
he definitely
do it mid combo.
Probably just keep him top of A.
Yeah, I can see the top A for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like right there,
that or
like
behind
teetering on.
Shinobi and S.
Yeah,
I truly view him S tier personally,
yeah, me
because I
too.
think he beats out all of
How
the
do
A
you? How
tier
well do you get
characters.
to for a casual person? Because I feel like he does kind of have a higher skill gap.
I mean, yes and no
Yep.
though, right? Like at the end of the day, like to be effective, if you can get people to hit you while you're in Kaze stance, which even us, right? Like
Mhm.
pretty
I've done
good
it.
players.
I do it. Yeah.
Like there's a lot of times where like I mentally like, oh yeah, he's in Kaze stance. Fucking let's throw the heavy. You know,
Right.
like and
Yeah.
then I hit it. And I'm like, fuck, yeah, I'm like cursing myself out, for the next 3 light attacks he's getting off on me for free. And a little
And then that
cutscene he
heavy
takes
from
you
the
into.
teammate. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like
That you hit.
high skill cap, right? But I mean, the same thing, like Shinobi is S tier at a high skill cap. A tier at average is how I
Mhm.
view it. I mean, Kyoshin, in my opinion, can be more annoying than some of these S tier, like even BP, like Cthulhu's defense to that, right? Like if you're an average player, maybe BP's A tier, but like if you're using the kit that they have allowed it to them, he's 100% an S tier. Same with BP, right? Like if you're using the kit properly, the way it's given to these characters, and that's how I'm placing them. Because even some of the weakest, like PK, can be an S tier in the right hands.
Mhm.
So
I mean, I'm good with S. I hate fighting him. I just wanted to make sure.
yeah, I hate it.
Yeah,
I've
it's
never been like, oh yeah, this is a Kyoshin I'm fighting. I've got this. It's like, oh fuck, Kyoshin's here. Time to change everything I do so I could get around him, and I
Mhm.
hope no one else shows up while I'm fighting him.
Yeah. All right. So, seem all in agreement for that.
Yep.
Who's
Ooh,
next?
Tiandi.
Cthulhu?
The Tiandi decks.
Tiandi. That's where we need
Gotta
to
start off by saying fuck Tiandi.
Yeah. All right, that was pretty
I
easy.
think he's
Monk?
B.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Fuck Tiandi. B tier. Yeah. I
Yeah,
can see it.
because his damage isn't inherently high. He has a good kit, but I mean, I think a lot of the A tier is better, and I think he's just like an average player, I think isn't going to get all those crazy crushing counters off with him.
Right.
And then really after that, what does he have? 2-hit combos and a bash.
He's boring to play to me.
I think he's so much fun, but
Oh.
mainly because you're just dodging around and like
Yeah.
yelling at people while you do it. His feats are great though. To what Frost said, his feats are really good. His last 2 especially, and his first 2 help him get to his last 2. So, Tiandi is like a pirate. Honestly, once the feats are running, they stay around quite a while.
He's got the neutral bash, right? The palm strike you can do from neutral.
Palm strike, yeah.
And
I
the
think he's
triple
got.
lights from any side that are undodgeable, which leads into does he have the hyper arm on the second hit, or is that only the forward dodge heavy?
Forward
Only
dodge.
forward heavy, forward
Which
Which
dodge
can be
heavy.
fainted.
Yeah,
Yeah,
which can
well,
be
yeah,
fainted.
he does have the options.
He
I
has
think
a
he's a
kit
really good
that can just
assassin
soften
shredder
it.
for somebody who's
Yeah.
dodge happy. If you're
Yeah.
fighting really dodge happy heroes, he's somebody that you're just because they're just so ingrained to dodge or dodge attack or whatever the case may be that Tiandi just comes in and basically forces you not to, which forces them to play different, which gives you the upper hand, being that you have just such easy access to this instant 400 MS undodgeables. So yeah, he's a super noob assassin crusher. But once you start fighting like the heavies and stuff, and people that kind of just stand in front of you and stare at you, he does struggle a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, against
You know?
against someone that's not just throwing out attacks and like
Yeah,
trying to hit you in between your dodges and stuff.
right.
I think it's like against a true tank or a wall he can start to lack against.
Yep.
But I think kit wise, like he's got a great kit. It's just some of these other characters I think are just better than
Because
him.
he's
But I don't
easily
think
a
he's
roamer.
bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, a roamer, Vanguard. He
Yeah.
can do mid. His zone is amazing
Yeah.
because you can either go, you can let it off, or you can soft feign into a kick and then soft feign into an undodgeable. His recovery cancel game is awesome. I mean, I play pirate like I play Tiandi. I backstep light before I do anything. Like, so yeah, I think he's good, but I don't think he's great.
Yeah, I'd say like a mid B.
Yeah, I'd say like a mid B, better than Musha maybe.
Yeah. Cthulhu?
Yep. I agree with that.
Oh, okay.
100% everything.
Who's next?
JJ, Guan Yu, you,
S tier.
Esther.
I
Yeah,
agree.
100%.
I agree. Yeah, I definitely agree.
Like he's like
Oh,
BP.
definitely.
Pretty much his only weakness is GB.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you can use JJ correctly, he is an absolute nightmare.
His seafood, like Nobushi dodges everything except obviously GB. He's got easy access to unblockables. His cleave is insane. His distance on his heavies, like, are crazy. He's got a dash forward kick into a light, which goes into his mix up. He's got soft feints out of his unblockables into a GB, and now he gets a top heavy from GB, which was game changing for me. I always hated that you could not get a heavy from a GB with JJ. So that's even made him more of a monster. He has an infinite chain. Yeah, he's only got 2-hit combo, but it seems like he has so much more that he's doing. Zones at full 360. He's a heavy, so he's got amazing feats. He's got amazing perks. Like, he doesn't have an undodgeable. Doesn't matter because he hits fucking everything off a heavy anyway, which you do bounce off some shit, but I mean, he's got to have some negative, right? This dude literally, his hyper armor kicks in later than anybody else's, but that doesn't matter. His heavies are really slow, but it almost like Highlander like throws people off. He can gank extremely well with his his feinting and stuff like that. His out of stand pressure is absolutely amazing. His out of stand punish, absolutely amazing. His choke drains people's stamina, which is absolutely amazing. Fuck, is there anything he can't do?
I agree.
I think I 100% agree. I think the only detriment would be that, just like, characters like Nobushi or Black Prior, you have to know what other characters are doing in order to like see if you stance properly.
Oh yeah.
In order to outplay, but yeah, I think he's got a great health pool, great feats, great perks, and just an amazing kid overall.
He moves pretty quick for an old guy.
Yeah, you wouldn't think.
Got a bad back, but he still moves. And he can anti-gank like a champ.
Yeah.
So basically, play him before he gets there because it's gonna happen.
And I want to say I was 70
yeah.
on JJ before he became a god. Okay.
I don't even think he's gonna get nerfed. To be real with you, they don't even touch the Chinese characters ever.
They
hate the Chinese characters so much that they added a Chinese character to the game and didn't even give her to the Chinese faction.
Listen, she's Cantonese. Okay, it's completely different.
Yeah, is it? I'm pretty sure.
No,
no.
Zoomy soft for you. But no, you're probably right. But he was played in literally every game for this past Dominion series. So
they're bandwagoners. Just I know how Muffins feels.
He was also played, and before that, so he's if anybody watches anything competitive, when quote unquote pro players play certain heroes, they tend to get nerfed. So I would see I would see definitely a nerf of some type in his future. But other than that, I agree with everything. Yeah, he's super broke.
I love playing Nobushi more, but yeah. Well, it's like Nobushi was shit, and then JJ was amazing. Played JJ, and then they made Nobushi god tier, and then they made JJ even better. I'm not complaining. I love my two mains. But
yeah.
Who's next?
Nuxia.
That's Muff. Ugh, I hate this character.
Nuxia. Okay, I think she's probably DC character. Main reason why is her main gimmick, being her traps. You can emote out of them. A lot of times just don't even work. Um, Feed insane amount of revenge. Her deflex can be blocked. Because explain that to me.
I didn't even know that.
So there's a lot of things about her that like her kit just doesn't work all the time. And a lot of times when it does work, it's just feeding a lot of revenge in a creep setting. One thing I will say that goes in her favor is her damage. She's probably has some of the highest like just damage values, um, just off rip. I think her one of the few characters in the heavy or in the game where still has 30 damage heavies. Um, if you are near a wall, you can easily get a your a heavy hook off, throw someone into a wall, and they get another heavy off, and then because that heavy's free because the wall splat, and then you can go into a trapped heavy, which is pretty much the same damage of the third having a third heavy hit. So like you can get a lot of damage off with Nuxia. She's got some pretty cool feats as well, but as her overall kit is either light spam or you throw the third heavy and hope that it lands, or you throw a trap and hope that the person is still blocking and not just a light spammer, or that they didn't just decide to change their guard at the last second, or they didn't emote spam you like a lot of Highlanders will do. Um,
She can
so
gank well.
uh,
If the trap lands.
if the trap
Yeah,
lands,
that's.
and if it doesn't, it's a shit ton of revenge, like a lot of
Oh, is it?
revenge. Yeah, it's probably the most revenge like feeding ability in the game. I feel like if it's insane, and it's very easy, especially in a gank scenario, for that trap not to connect, even if you're like trying to external it.
Damn.
So
So what
yeah,
makes
I
her
just think
not
she has
D?
her damage. Like I said, she has really high damage. Her zone is the slowest, so that's another like thing that goes
So
against her.
terrible.
But yeah, so
But if you get hit by it, you feel like an idiot.
yeah, she has no unblockables, no undodgeables,
No hyper
um,
armor, right?
no hyper armor, and yeah, I mean like her only actually like she has no soft feints either besides the traps. Um, so yeah, I just think she's D. Yeah, she doesn't really have anything that like yes, I'm a Nuxia. This is what I'm going to contribute to the team, or this is what I can do against X, Y, and Z. I mean, maybe against some all guard characters, but a lot of times if you throw a trap against a BP, he's just going to let his unblockable fly, right? Like, um, it's very easy for other characters to adjust and not deal with Anushia's trap mechanic if
No.
it works. And a lot of times it doesn't work.
I don't disagree with
One-on-one's a
anything.
different story. I think she's strong in
I
a
say
one-on-one
C.
setting. You say C?
Yeah, I'd say C, yeah. Is that what you said, C?
But
Or D?
I was D because
Oh, you
I
was
just
D?
think she
Okay.
needs love. What
I,
like comparing to other C characters, I don't know. It's tough for me.
it'd be bottom of C for me, but I think the only reason that she would be in C is because of her feats. She's got infection, and actually, the Caltrop slip through combo
Doesn't work
is
anymore.
pretty. It doesn't
It
work?
was nerfed.
I thought it still
They
worked.
nerfed it slip through so it doesn't affect call traps anymore.
Never mind. D it is.
All right, bam.
Yeah, because that was my main goal. I would get call traps down, and then I would I'd put call traps at the B point of minions where they would spawn, get all my feats going, and then I would start using slip through and call traps to get kills. And then they nerfed that recently.
Damn.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, D tier
I completely agree. I think D tier is where she is. I think if we play her similar to PK, where like you catch people roaming, off in the distance, but by themselves, yeah, is where like she excels. I think outside of that, she's just a revenge feeder, and
Yeah.
she has a great concept though. The whole,
Yeah.
blocking that in that direction and get traps. Like I love that concept. When they try to introduce new things, new concepts to the game, it's great. Because like it shows the creativity. But just with the way the game has like evolved and everything, and just like she just kind of just slowly and surely like fell behind. Even though the CCU, the Master CCU update did help her, it helped everybody else that much more, and she's just still in just a shit spot, and it's just not worth picking up and playing in fours at all. Outside of anybody else that's above her.
Yeah, she
Agreed.
requires very, very good base mechanics. Like you have to be good at parrying and deflex in order to actually be good with Nuxia, because the rest of her kit is just so not really there. That you have to be good at those like fundamentals, but like you have to exceed those fundamentals. Like you have to be able to put your opponent on their heels, knowing that if they were to throw a light, that you're gonna get that light parry.
Wow.
So yeah.
All right. Real quick, next up, so we can let Muff spiel about his pirate.
Yeah.
Shaolin.
Shaolin.
D tier. Well, I know Crow puts him D tier. I feel like he's D better than Nuxia, hovering to C.
Yeah.
But I think there's some issues with him that kind of like keep him under B.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can agree.
But I think for the fact that D needs more than just Nuxia, I think he should be in D tier.
Yep.
I'm looking at the people that are in C, and yeah, I can see him being worse than them. So yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with that. He just overall, the best way that he ever felt was honestly his pre-bug, when you can just unblockable directly into key stance. His biggest issue is getting into key stance efficiently, but he just doesn't have that option outside of like basic lights or like back stepping and all this other stuff. Is unblockable. It's like look fancy and everything, but it just doesn't just do well. You can easily there's no hyper armor. He's got a dodgeable side, which would be canceled out of into guard break and stuff like that. But yeah, he's got the makings of a great kit. It's just not there. There's something missing. Whether it's timings need to be sped up, or his feats are very unique. He can teleport over the map and be in any team fight, which
Yeah.
is great. Because he can go far mid and then teleport right to the team fight, right? Cap B and then go right to team fight, which is cool. His feet directly puts him right into the unblockable. So like he's got really cool stuff. There's something that's just not clicking with him, and his key sense is very clunky. And if they just made that if they made it more smooth and just more accessible to get into it and utilize that section of his abilities more, then he'd be in a much better place. But yeah, so I would say D tier too.
All right. Yeah, I totally agree. All right, so last one that's actually showing here, Zhanhu.
Zhanhu.
Yeah.
High A or low S?
Yeah,
Agree.
I agree. I
Yeah,
played a
S.
good amount of Zhanhu, and his current kit right now is just really strong. Like he has dodge, cancel recoveries. He has a forward bash that can then be recovery canceled into a dodge attack that can come from any direction, or left or right. Pretty much on demand and blockables. I mean, a back step light and you're in your mix up, right? Like he's got deflex, so undodgeable zone, great anywhere on the map. You're always
Yeah,
going
as I
to
say, he
appreciate
can
having
roam
a
really
Zhanhu
well.
on your team. What's up, bud?
He can
So, yeah,
he can
I
stall,
agree.
he can gank, he can clear mid.
He can team fight.
His feats and perks.
Good feats.
Good.
I don't know what he
good
has.
perks.
So
Besides the fire stuff.
Last laugh.
right.
I can tell you that.
All right, automatically A tier off it. I you guys say it's troll, but that's one of my favorite things to run if I run a character that has that.
It's pretty much a guaranteed kill if they don't execute you.
You just fucking go
And then
kamikaze.
their teammates that are next to them are just pissed off that you didn't execute the person with last laugh. Fuck, we all
On
die.
top of that, he has dodge cancels as well, right? So you can just constantly keep flowing. You can
That's
do
what
your
makes it
wide
really good.
sweeping unblockables, and then you can just cleave an entire team down. Target swap, cleave people, and then just dodge cancel. And go right back into it. And then on top of that, Your dodge attacks, if you wanted to dodge attack, swap some to somebody, can come from two sides, right? So you have your light and the heavy. So he's the only character that has double side lights, or slash heavies, which can execute, has good range. He's just a phenomenal team fighter, and yeah, he's definitely an S tier for me.
Oh, Nobushi's got those.
The lights from each side.
Well, light comes from one way, but the heavy comes from the other. But JJ's got something similar. He can.
It just seemed more dangerous to me. I don't know. I
Oh
don't
yeah,
really feel,
yeah.
Zhanhu
It's
just does it
quick.
Yeah, I just don't feel, I don't feel like it doesn't like recollect for me. It's like, yeah, it's
I think it's his animation because like I can't really tell which one he's doing. They just look the same to me.
Yeah, I mean it's 50-50 in terms of dodge
It's
attack,
quick.
really. It's the same timing though, but it's it is quick. And then he doesn't have to do that. He can just come straight at you, which is what most are gonna do, right? And just not do the side dodge. It's just gonna go forward dodge right at you, and then just palm strike you, and then that's gonna go right into their right back into the mix up. So
Unblockable
he's
light
super strong.
and the unblockable heavy mix up. That shit fucks me up.
Super strong.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
And last one, pirate.
Pirate.
Yeah, so I know there's no picture for pirate, but we're just gonna talk about the pirate. I definitely think the pirate is S tier, like bottom of S.
S tier.
I think
One of them.
Fuck. What are you smoking?
I think
right?
she's an A tier. I can agree with A, and I
Yeah.
could see how she could possibly go up to S. But I mean, I think if we're like being realistic and not just that, oh, she's the new character, so I had to recently learn like how to deal with her, because I think that's what people are like, like Crow and Turtle. I think both are just like it's the frustrations of that experience of going against the 4 pirates or 8-man pirate lobbies, or it's a new character you have to learn to fight against, right? But if you really like look at her kit and like it's not all that crazy. Like everyone says, oh, her dodge cancel like recoveries. Like yeah, but a lot of characters have that, and for her to like go from that into a punish is usually a dodge heavy, which you could parry, um, whereas some characters can fully make use of that dodge cancel recovery and not commit themselves to another attack, or if the attack they do uh, is a lot more devastating than just a heavy, which doesn't do a whole lot of damage.
No, her damage is lacking. But if they
Yeah,
bump
and
it up
like,
too much, I think she's gonna. Oh, I don't want to say she's broken, but she definitely will be. S
yeah,
tier.
she'd be super strong if they bumped up her damage. 100% S tier.
I mean, is
think
it
her
really
damage-
lacking though? Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah,
I don't
if you
know.
look at
I think it is.
if you compare her damage numbers to everyone else, like all of her heavies, like her heavy finisher is equivalent to most of heavy openers for
Right.
for the
Is
cast.
that
Like
included with the gun blast?
yeah.
Okay.
And then even then, it's like she's got 800 MS heavies. That's the same thing as Shinobi, right? Shinobi's unblockable and undodgeables are both 800 MS for a sickle rain. So again, I think she's strong, but I think like I've played a lot of duels, and especially against like BPs, like Pirate is nowhere near the same kind of S tier level that a BP is.
Yeah.
Like and she requires, she has no opener unless you are backstep, like unless you're starting the fight a good amount away from people. She doesn't have a true opener like a bash to open stuff up with. I think in team fights though, I think in dominations, for the pure aspect of like 4v4s, I could see her being low S, high A. But I mean, I think a lot of that comes down not because of her dodge cancel recoveries, but because she can reach out and touch people with her heavies, and she's got good cleave. she's pretty much an assassin without deflects. And I don't know, whatever you want to call the pistol shot. I think she's a great character. I just don't think she's as bad as everyone thinks she is.
No, she's definitely not Gryphon
Over
release.
the top. No, or Warmonger release.
Yeah.
Warmonger release is way worse feat wise, not really kit wise. Pirate has great feats. I love all the feats of Pirate. But I think everyone complains about her gunshot, but I think her best feats are actually her passives: Bounty Hunter, the Revenge, or the Health on Revenge, Indomitable. The only gun feat I use is her third one, and I think that will probably get nerfed.
The Ricochet?
In which case I think Ricochet will get nerfed.
Yeah.
And after that, I'm happy to take Tough as Nails. Honestly, Tough as Nails is probably the feat that I normally would have gone if she didn't have, an ability to kill someone essentially if they're lingering around low health.
Yeah, that's what I've been running on her toughest nails and headhunter. Just make her super tanky. You know, just gives you that little extra wiggle room to be able to make mistakes if you're making mistakes, so you're not just sitting at that base 120 health I think she has or whatever. So you're able to have that extra health, make mistakes. You can do things like that. I think the fact that I think a lot of people complain about her because the way she flows. I think she flows extremely well.
Oh yeah.
And it's very quick.
I wish more characters flowed like she did.
Exactly, because of her dodge coverage
so
and stuff like that. Yeah, and it's very simple. It's not, she doesn't have an amazingly complex kit, but it flows together really well, and her dodge cancels in pair with that. It makes it so she's very quick. She's your heavy gunshot to dodge recovery to forward dodge unblockable to gunshot to dodge cancel to this. So there's a lot of things that's happening so fast that people just don't have the time to process. They're like, oh no, she's broken. She just all she does is this and this and this. But whereas like in reality, a lot of the dodge cancels is that pirate is making reads on what you're doing, because you can't dodge cancel. Right, it has to be pre-buffered, as it has to. He already had been making that. If he's gonna forward dodge heavy you, which is the unblockable uninterruptible one, and then he cancels that into a side dodge heavy. He knew that you were gonna go and try to light him or try to parry that or whatever the case is, right? Because you have to pre-buffer it. So when people try to actually understand that, the fact of these pirates are out here pre-buffering their inputs, and that's what makes her look so smooth, rather than because you're not be able to actually do that input on a reaction basis. It's just it's like a pre-reaction type of thing. So yeah, I think just the flow of her, the speed of her makes people like, oh no, what do I do? It's just very like Orochi when he first got his rework. That's his forward dodge light and the kick and the forward dodge light, the sword rush and the forward dodge. So it's just very oppressive. People don't like to, they actually want to try to play the game. They don't want to try to, get that feeling. So I don't think she's S tier at all. I think she's a really solid place. I think she's great for Forest. I think she has great range. I don't think anything should really be nerfed on her, honestly.
I think she's the most balanced release character we've had in a long time.
Yeah, 100%.
While still being fun to play and being unique, right? Like, and to go onto the whole like buffering of input stuff, right? Like, what we're talking about to kind of clear it up is a lot of people complain about her dodge recovery cancel in the sense that if she throws her a light finisher, how she can immediately go into a side heavy, or she could dodge out of that recovery cancel or out of that recovery period. And it usually happens if pirate throws a heavy, goes for the gunshot or the grab, and then if that grab misses because the opponent dodged, then the pirate can then dodge into a heavy and catch someone. But the thing is, with that, you have to input that heavy the moment you make that read. You cannot sit like Shinobi can do his front roll kick, he could do his combo, and then he can sit there for a second and wait for you to attack before he inputs backflip. But with pirate, you have to do your inputs immediately. There's no delaying or lingering for you to read and then react. So that's why it's just like fighting a Kensei. Like, you have to know that if the Kensei is going to go for a side dodge heavy, that you have to feint a heavy so you can get that parry. And to me, that's a feinting of a heavy to bait out an attack. Well, to some extent, that could be a high level like thing, but I mean, a heavy feint and then watch someone do something is not a high level tactic. Like
No.
to catch a light parry is a high level tactic, but to bait someone to dodge into a heavy, I think is anyone can really do if you just understand that this is what a pirate's flow is. This is what they can do at these moments. And if they're dodge happy, which most of them are, then I just need to pump fake a few times to get them to dodge and not feed into the fact that they can move quite a bit. Because they're not the only character that can move like that. I mean, we just talked about Zhanhu. There's a
Tiandi.
ton of characters.
Yeah,
Tiandi,
Orochi.
PK, Orochi, Berserker. There's a ton of characters that can punish recovery or that can do those recovery cancels a lot more devastating than what Pirate can.
Yeah. And it will
and
hit
even
you
though-
harder. Yeah.
And that
you
will hit you
when
harder.
get
Yeah.
there.
And Pirate
Yeah.
uses a lot of stam in order to get her damage out and like to kill you, right? Like in one go, she's busting through a lot of stam. While she can possibly do it in one stam bar, and that's if every unblockable is landed. Like she didn't feint anything. So strong character for sure. Definitely unique in the sense that her playstyle centered around kind of whiffing attacks to open up other opportunities. But even her forward dodge heavy, that hyper armor doesn't kick in unless you're committed to that attack. It's not hard to stand there, wait for the GB, or watch for the parry. It's
And
just
her
people
gun
that are
blast is a
gung-ho.
lot of fun.
Yeah, she's a very fun character to play.
Cthulhu, you got
So I think
anything
she's
to add on?
well-tuned. Yeah, Cthulhu.
Yeah, I agree with
Yeah, high A.
Yeah, high A. Which kind of hurts because if I was to have a dream team, I think she'd be my fourth pick for the dream team because just that pistol shot from a confirmed heavy, the confirmed pistol shot from a landed heavy guarantees so much. It's such a good gank. The walk the plank is such a good gank. She's a great ganker. Not as good of a ganker as Shinobi, but she's still a great ganker and a decently tanky team fighter in a sense. I just think she lacks two important things to make her an S tier, and that would be an opener and maybe mid clear. I don't think she's got really like a good mid clear.
It's
Mid-tiers
alright.
are alright, but it's not.
It's okay, but
It's just
Yeah.
you can.
It's
I just do
Kyoshin is
like
better
a
mid-clear.
zone dodge,
Right.
kind of like Nobushi.
right. But yeah, everybody else in S tier does it so much better than she does.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why I'd probably put her in A, just because everybody in S tier does it a lot better than her.
Yeah, I definitely put her at high A.
And the non-opener.
Yeah.
And the non-opener thing. But yeah, just a great gank and great team fight. I would definitely have her on the dream team. She ganks very well with a lot of the cast, just like Shinobi does.
Oh yeah.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
that
just
and
the
her
lack
team
of that
fight-
opener.
Yeah, she's a true brawler. She could sit in the thick of it and really continuously go at things. It's not like she's in the middle of a team fight comboing people down full health by herself, but her ability to kind of heavy one person, grab the next, and then hyper armor heavy someone else makes her a nightmare to deal with when things kind of get rough like that.
She can interrupt real
Yeah.
well.
Yes, yeah. But if the BP's on that team fight, best be careful because you'll get flipped if you try to grab the BP.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But yes, I think I'm glad that we all kind of, I guess, see that she's a high A because that's where I put her. I don't think people are blowing up a bit too much to put her in S tier.
Yeah,
Even
I put
I-
it right above Orochi, right next to Kyo. Or not Kyo, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, right next to Zhanhu.
Zon, yeah.
Yeah, right
If
there.
they buffed her
Yeah.
damage at all, I'd say she'd go into S. But like I said, I
Yeah.
think
Oh,
she's
right
just
away.
she's so.
Right away. Yeah.
When I was playing her, like we were all starting to, I'm like, her damage isn't that high. It just she's like moving and doing so much. It just looks like it. It can be like you mentioned earlier. It can be overwhelming because she's just constantly flowing and doing something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's always ever really like a dull moment. But she's is very punishable, and then also you got to be careful where too in your team fights, because if you are running around and doing side dodge heavies and grabbing excuse me, target swap grabbing people, just be mindful of the revenge that you are feeding, because
Yeah.
these people are throwing attacks as well. So you're turning around, they're doing their thing, and you're trying to target swap heavy and gun everybody because it looks cool as shit. But then you're feeding 30 revenge off of that, right? So be
Mm-hmm.
mindful of who of when don't just mindlessly hit that X button. If you're gonna target swap heavy, do it. She has great range, but don't mindlessly hit the X, because it counts as a bash, and that is gonna feed revenge. And then all you need is to feed revenge to one of our ST heroes up on the top there, whether it's a Raider or JJ, God forbid, Shugoki or BP or any one of those people, and they get revenge in the team fight, and your team doesn't have it, you guys are gonna get steamrolled. So you just have to be very mindful of when you're hitting that X, and if you're on comms, then that's even better. But just if you're going in solo and just want to play pirate, do it. Just don't be mad if you start hitting buttons and then they get revenge and they just steamroll you. So
And then you get
it's
some fan mail
probably,
from your teammates.
yeah, and then you get fan mail.
Yeah.
Exactly. So
It's
So
better to get the confirmed pistol shot from a landed heavy than it is to maybe hit a target swapped pistol shot
mhm,
after a landed heavy. So always throw that into consideration. Get that
Yeah.
extra heavy damage from the free pistol shot.
mhm. And you
Make
keep
that
going into your
damage
mix up.
27 instead of 22.
yeah.
That's about it.
All right. There you have it, everybody. The GSoC For Honor tier list
Yeah, looks good.
We're done. 4
for
hours
single
later.
pick console Dominion. Yeah.
4 hours.
Damn.
Tier lists are long, right? This
It's an
is a
in-depth
well thought out
game,
tier
though.
list. Yes,
You know?
I don't even see like Smite tier lists go this long, and they have way more characters.
There's
seen a few.
4 of us.
Yeah, I've seen a few. Yeah, I've seen a few of them.
Yeah, I've seen a few. Like, what,
And-
weekends are
and-
usually about 4 hours, aren't they?
About an hour and a half too.
Hour
Yeah,
and
I'll
a half,
have
too.
to.
To be fair, I
Clutchmeister and
feel like...
Barrack. Sorry,
Yeah.
Clutchmeister and Barrack did a Dominion tier list that went about an hour and a half to 2 hours. So, with
Okay.
the 4 of us discussing things.
Yeah,
Not to
true.
mention, it's not
Five.
like we started
Joe was here
immediately
as
when we
well.
started stream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that too. We really only been doing it for a couple. Either way, it was a pleasure. I feel pretty confident. I feel like it's not like a, we're not saying who's OP because we hate the character or whatever the case may be. I think
Yeah,
it's a
kind of
really
left emotions
valid.
out of it.
Exactly, I think it's a very valid list. People you want to pick up, and these heroes that we have mentioned here, even up to A, is probably the ones that you're going to see majority in your games. I'm very comfortable with what our picks were. I think we have I think it's awesome.
Yeah, I
Thanks
think
for
from
having me,
the
man.
like the mid
Yeah.
high B to the top of S, you'll see a lot.
Hmm. Oh, for sure. Absolutely for. And then you'll have your, of course, C&D picks here and there. People who just love to play that hero, but
Yeah,
yeah.
there's people who are good with Nuxia and good with Monk and stuff, but
Oh,
this is overall
absolutely.
average
Yeah.
console player base.
Yep.